Hello. Happy Saturday. How is everyone? Get off your couch? Yeah, get off your couch. I don't know why I went Batman, but... So, funny story, and I don't have an explanation, and I don't understand it, but for some reason, my game is randomized, but not randomized. And it's very weird because it did it in my vanilla game and it did it in my co-op game. And there are two different mods and I didn't connect the two different mods. So I'm absolutely stumped how this has happened. But I went and I spoke to everybody and everybody seems to have the right stuff. So I'm so confused. Hi Dave, welcome in. How are you? I went to a retro convention. You were disappointed? How so? Disappointed how so? Oh, I have a little bit of a headache. I need to hold on. Let me take something. Like a flea market? A flea market?
I forgot to do this.
Hello.
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 Hello. Let me get back into the land.
Sure. So your game probably will look fine.
Really?
Yeah, because you don't have the mod installed.
Oh.
So only
So
my
I'm really
game.
not gonna know if everything is...
only my game is grotesque and screwed up.
Okay.
So we might be fine. Oh, there you are.
I literally have
So
no idea.
does this man look normal?
Yes.
Yeah, he does not look normal to me. He has a squid head on and a fur coat and boots.
Yeah, no, he looks like a normal man.
Nope. Not for me.
That's so weird.
I know. And I was explaining to chat that I'm so stumped how it happened because the mod isn't on. The mod's not on and functioning right now. So how did it mod the game? I don't understand. But whatever. Okay.
So what is our goal today?
Okay, so if you would like to pull up your map, I can kind of dictate at the same time. So
I would love to.
we started off in the mountains. So you see the area that's got all those places discovered but doesn't have oh shit. It marked all the stuff on my map too.
Is everything weird?
It marked all the locations on my map. I mean, that's handy as hell, but yeah, okay. So I have all the locations marked on my map from the mod. So okay. So up in the mountains, up in the northwestern corner is all those places that we went to, but we haven't finished. We can finish that and we can do the boss that's in there. So story-wise, let me double check so I'm not doubting myself, but we should have... Okay, so we have 2 great runes, so technically we can continue the story right now. So we can go back into that kind of remember that golden place with all the trees that were gold and it was very sunny and pretty? We can go there and we can continue and progress the story more. But once we finish that area, in order to progress, we will need a total of 5 runes.
That's many.
There's not that many bosses with runes on the way to like the boss, so you kind of have to deviate and take some shortcuts and stuff, or some side quests and stuff. So we can continue up the mountain like we were doing last week, and we can beat a boss that happens to have a great rune, so that way maybe we're like 1 ahead by the time we get, so we'll have 3 rather than 2 by the time we get into the capital. Okay, so we'll continue up the mountain.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
Andy, that sucks. I hope you can figure out a way of cleaning it. Sorry.
No problem. So I didn't watch a video, but I looked up some like maps that show routes you can take, and this was one of them. So we went to Primeval Sorcerer Azure.
Where is... Oh, I found it, I found it,
Nice.
I did it.
Nice.
Amazing.
Nice. Like 80s collectibles. Were you like... Oh yeah, because you were talking about getting your TV. Did you end up getting that TV, Wolfie? Okay.
You have a horse today.
Yay!
This man. Oh, it's not a man, it's crystals.
No, it's a crystal man.
It's a crystal man!
Does he has a spell. Did you talk to him? If you talk to him, he'll give you a spell. He's dying.
Oh no.
Oh no.
No. Can't talk to him.
Oh, maybe rest and then try to talk to him?
At least I don't have to worry about losing my runes. I only have 200.
I have 15.
Woo!
Woo!
Look at us efficiently using it. I can't.
No? Still nothing?
Oh, wait. No, nope. Nothing.
Interesting. Okay. Did you get the spell when I got it?
Maybe?
Maybe?
I don't know.
I don't even know where spells are. Oh, here they are.
Oh, no.
It is... Okay, so if you go to... Hold on. So if you go to inventory... No, I want you to reset. Stop. Okay, go to inventory and then tab over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. And then in the top row, it should be all the way to the right, and it should be Comet Azure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so you did get it when I picked it up, so nice.
Amazing.
Okay, so we gotta get on our horses for this pot.
Get on my
Get on the horse. Alright, this is kind of a scary jump, but supposedly we'll survive it? Oh yeah, this isn't too bad. We'll survive this.
Oh, it's fine.
Yeah. Cool. What
I
this?
didn't even double jump and I did it.
What is this?
What
Oh
dis?
no, I don't want to go here. I definitely don't. We don't want to go here.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't. We discovered this already last time. A CRT TV.
I search of a... Ow.
Be careful using your blood. So I think, I mean, it's a little bit later, but I think that there's a weapon you might like, and I actually ended up using it on one of my playthroughs, and I love it. It's a katana, but it's specifically a blood katana, but it doesn't hurt you.
Oh.
It doesn't hurt you to use it.
Blood.
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 Okay, so that's the grave. Now, let me look. So supposedly we go from here. See, that still doesn't make sense to me. That you go from here and around? That's fine. We'll explore the mountain.
Great.
Oh, I am dying.
That's what I said. You're dying.
I am dying.
You're literally
I am
inches
passing away. All right. So there's a pumpkin head there. Oh, is that actually the way? And then it goes around? Let's go see. Let's go pick a fight anyway.
Great.
Oh, see, we were here. I remember we were here.
Oh yeah, and then I followed the rainbow things, and then I got pushed off of
You
the
got
cliff.
kicked off, yep. I knew it was gonna happen because he's a traitor.
Man was like,
wow,
fuck.
okay, pumpkin. Good, get frozen on. Yeah! Nice.
Get blooded on.
Okay, so... This way? Oh, I can't look at my map, but I think it's this way. Just on your horse? Okay. Alright, and then there's a ladder, right? Okay. Okay, well, hello, sir.
Hello?
Hello?
Could you not?
Oh my gosh, oh my gosh.
Why do you have so many arms?
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Why do you have so many arms?
He
Why
is
are your swords glowing?
ugly.
I don't like him.
Okay, he frozen. Oh, stop it. There we go. Nice, amazing. We're amazing. We're absolutely amazing.
Get blooded on.
We're absolutely amazing.
We're cracked. We're gamers.
Gamers. Okay, so maybe this is the way? I'm trying to think if I actually like have a TV somewhere in storage. Like I feel like I probably do. We keep everything because we're weird.
TV?
Oh, Wolfie's looking for like a CRT TV, like an old TV.
Gotcha.
So I'm pretty sure we've got one somewhere. I'm stuck under a rock. Okay, I got out. I got out. Careful, he's swinging. He's swanging.
He's swanging.
Nice.
Oh
Whoa!
no!
Who?
I wasn't paying attention, and now I'm on fire.
Who did that? Whomst?
This man.
Whomst? Oh my!
This man set me on fire.
Oh my!
Goodbye, rocks. I thought maybe if I loaded things up in a different order, it wouldn't do this shadows thing, but it is.
Really? That's oh gosh.
It's so.
It makes me like feel so bad. Like. Hey! Oh. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. Oh, there's another one here. Nice.
Get ready.
Just be careful. Okay. Oh, here. There you go.
I did it. I jumped.
You did. All right. Now, we have 2 ladders to choose from. And I wonder which one we should take.
Ladder number 1.
I don't normally go... Well, okay, so... we could potentially take a shortcut, and we could potentially go look somewhere else. Because I didn't know that the girl could... Yes, order ice cream.
That is an obvious question.
That the girl could move to a different location. So she might potentially be somewhere else. And this might be completely avoidable. What the heck?
Wait, there's a man.
What the heck?
Ow, 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 ow.
No, I had to drink juice first. I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay.
Okay, so like I said, so there's one here, which goes up there, and then there's one here.
You are hereby enabled, Andy. Ice cream. Ice cream.
Let's go back down and try the other one.
Okay.
The other one seems a little more intriguing. Astro.
Astro.
Astro. Astro, I'm always so happy to see you.
Single throw. Where did you go? Oh, you're over here. Okay.
Oh yeah, sorry. Thought you were still behind me.
How much ice cream? So much ice cream.
I am. Leaning towards yes. Oh, is there a limit to how much ice cream you approve of? Oh my gosh, a merchant.
A merchant?
A merchant. Please buy something.
How
I've
much
been
ice
hungry
cream?
for so long.
Yes, that is the correct answer.
What is this? I don't really need that, but I will always buy cookbook.
Hello.
4 years, 17 days.
Oh my god.
I wish I knew, like, I wish I knew what the true one was. I really, really do.
The true one.
Yeah, Astro got unfollowed somehow. Like, Twitch did the thing and it, like, unfollowed me for him.
Oh, that's so weird.
Yeah. And so now his followage isn't accurate. Oh, I went up the ladder. Oh, yeah, okay. Just looked down and you weren't there.
It's very not hot there. Oh god. Oh man. I'm in darkness. Okay, we're good.
I mean, it's not funny, but it's just the way you said it.
Yeah.
I am in darkness. Oh, I think we're going the right way. Yay!
Yay!
I'm so sorry.
That is the perfect ice cream weather.
I mean, all weather is perfect ice cream weather. Let's be real.
Get
Right.
Oh no.
Oh, frenzy!
Why you do this?
He's frenzy!
Have you considered not?
Nice. Yay! The drops aren't randomized. That makes me so happy. Okay, so nothing else is randomized other than what they are wearing, which is the weirdest thing I've ever experienced in my life. I don't understand.
You know, it just thought that you needed to spice up your life.
Apparently it did. Okay, so where would we go from here? That would make it so we can get to the volcano.
Volcano.
Okay, that's the volcano right there is where we're trying to go.
Oh.
We're trying to go to Volcano Manor.
Volcano Manor.
Volcano Manor. The squid faced hat was oh look, a bridge. I bet you we take the bridge. A bridge.
That feels too easy.
I know, but you know what? Sometimes the easiest way is the right way.
Mushroom. Oh,
And a grace. It was not a choice. It was somehow my mod turned itself on, but it's not on, but somehow it's on. I don't know.
But it is on.
But it's on. Okay, so we should rest here because I think there's a boss at the top of this thing.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure there's a boss here that we have to beat before we go. I mean, we can technically run past it, but we ain't bitches.
We're not bitches. We're not scaredy cats.
All right. So the fastest way is to take Torrent and jump on this, or we can take the ladder. But I think we should just jump.
Let's go fly.
Right, ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Whee! Oh.
Hello, sir. Please ignore me. Oh, no, 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 no. I need this spell. Okay. Yeah.
Ah! I missed.
Whew.
How did I miss?
Okay, he hit me once, and that was half. Okay, I didn't even stand up. I'm dead because I didn't even get to stand up, and he killed me.
Uh-oh.
We might have to run past him.
No.
No.
I'm gonna try.
You should try. You're doing so good.
Hello, sir. I'm afeared. Oh, but he's made of rocks and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do very much damage. He's about to
If you hit him in the eyeball, which is hard to do, but yeah.
Get bleeded on.
Woo.
Uh-oh. That seems like a problem. Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me.
Wow, look at your
Don't hurt me.
dodging. Wow.
Don't hurt me.
Look at your dodging. Wow.
Don't hurt me. Oh, I didn't dodge that one. Would you like to get bleeded upon?
I didn't even. Oh, you know what? We should probably do all of our stuff before we get up there. I didn't think about that, like doing our physic and stuff.
Oh, I did.
But the summons we'll probably have to do. I didn't. That's how. See, it's been a whole week since I played Elden Ring, and now I don't know what I'm doing. Now I don't know what I'm doing.
I'm not even hitting him. Okay, now I am dead. I did no damage.
Went to a convention for some records. Good day. So that's the best. Even if like the convention is kind of like mid, or even if the convention was good.
What records did you get?
Records. Okay. I have taken my stuff this time.
Dave, are you a record collector?
Okay. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna drop my summons in the hopes that maybe I can at least do that before they gets his aggro. Okay, nope. Okay, immediately got my horse. Love that for me. That. Okay, I'm getting like immediately tapped by him and I like can't even get up here. That's so crazy. Hi, horseman.
Where is he? There he is. Nope. Why can I not?
Why does he already have aggro before I get up here?
He's just an angry man.
I know.
Angry little.
I beat this guy on mine. Man. I don't remember him being like super aggroed. I just need to be able to get a couple spells off and I'll be able to help.
I've done a damage. Oh.
See, how come you can survive more than one hit? Like I like get there and I'm like dead. An ant, lion, bull, scorpion. That's probably pretty accurate. It's, yeah.
I'm not
an
dead.
Ant,
I'm not dead.
Lion, bull, scorpion. Yeah.
Oh, now I'm dead.
What's up, Wabash? Welcome in. The Kentucky Derby? I didn't.
Did you watch the horses go around and around and around?
Ant lion was, yeah. Kind of ant lion. Ant bull.
Blant.
It is some bullshit is what it is. Wait, what is my physic? Let me look. Let me look. Mixed physic. Yeah, I need better stuff. Max stamina and a charge power. Let's do this one. And then... yeah, okay, yeah.
I've got...
okay, physique.
Oh, I have more things.
Oh, look, my runes are here. That's so nice of you, game. Thank you for my 0 runes on the ground. Right, I'm gonna go up, try to get his stupid aggro before I can even move again. Okay, drop my soldiers. He doesn't somehow he doesn't see me this time. That's amazing. Okay. Oh, it's missing. It's too far. It's too far. Ah. Oh, I stunned him already. Nice.
Well done, well done.
Well done, well done. Alright, he's super aggroed to me, and I need to lose it so I can take up health. Okay.
Oh, he angry.
Yeah, he very angry.
Oh, I need to get my runes. My runes are underneath his face. Go look at me.
I stunned him. Go get him.
I need my runes. I'm very sorry.
Yeah, buddy. Oh, no. No, sir. I'm so sorry that you were angry. Oh, nice. Did you stun him as well? Okay. Oh, chill, sir. Chill.
Could you not? Ow. Could you not?
I missed. No. Shit.
Ow.
Oh, no. I heard it.
I got sliced.
Oh my gosh, while I was healing. Alright, back up. I have no dudes already? That's craziness.
Yeah, rocks thrown at you, bitch.
I know, for some reason rocks versus rocks works. And I'm very confused about it. Oh. Okay. Oh, I still did mine somehow though. No, I'm stuck. I'm stuck inside. I can't do that. I can't.
No.
Yep. What's gonna happen while it's healing? Excuse me. No. 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 No.
Keep your tail to yourself, sir.
Come on. Oh, he's stunned. Let's go.
Oh, get him. Stab him in the face.
No, 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 no. No,
in the
no.
face.
Oh, come on. Why did you, like, not stab him right? I just need to get a frost on him and then, like, he'll get some damage to him. Alright, I have no healing. So, that's very unfortunate. Stabbed in your eyeball.
Eyeball stabbing.
Can you please, like... Oh, why did you move like that? What is going on? Why are you being so mean?
Why are you so mean?
How did that...
Oh,
no. I don't know how that hit me.
You're doing so good.
I don't know how that hit me.
I'm just sitting here like, wow.
Wow. Alright. Well. That's fine.
Should I learn some spells so that I can attack these rock assholes? Do I need to be... I need to be
You need to have
smarter.
intelligence, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Your bleed will do damage to him. You just need to watch your health.
That I just...
Alright, so if you drop your stuff as soon as you get up here, he's not aggroed, which is great. Alright.
Hello, sir. Have some... Oh,
Nice, already. No, you. The only thing you can't attack... Yeah, you can't attack him when I'm doing that. Why does it... Every time, it, like, untargets him after... I just backstepped at like a pro. That's crazy. It's not on purpose at all.
Like a pro.
Like a pro.
A pro special.
He, like, immediately wrecks my archers. Ouch. That's crazy.
Ouch. Ouch.
Oh yeah, I made Frosty my bot, so I didn't have to gift Frosty a sub. So it still is Frosty talking shit, yeah.
Don't hurt me. I'm a baby. I am baby.
How is your jellyfish alive though is my question. Oh, get him, get him, get him, get him. Get him, get him. Just light it. Oh. It's okay.
I tried.
It's okay. I don't know why it didn't register that light attack, but okay. The game was like, no thanks. Chill with that, sir. Chill with all that.
The fucking cliff. Let's not do that.
Chill. Chill with all that, sir. Got it that time. I just need to get some, like, a frost proc on him so he'll take some extra damage.
Get stabbed. Oh,
nice. Got him. Oh, we might actually get him. We might actually do it. Don't do it. No, 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 no. Don't push me off. Please don't push me off. I am so close to the edge. Holy shit. Ugh. Ah!
Don't fall down.
Okay.
He's all,
okay.
all sparkly.
Okay.
He's got glitter. Okay, I got stuck under him.
Holy shit, I cannot believe I survived that. He almost pushed me off many different occasions during that.
That was crazy.
And he almost fell off, but I wonder if he has like some sort of like protection
barrier.
Yeah. Okay, okay. Just please chill. Please just chill. Sir.
Could you please calm thine tits?
Oh no. Come on.
No, no, no.
Alright, don't charge at me. Oh my gosh, my rocks aren't gonna hit you if you're all over the place like that. What is that?
He's got a laser beam?
Your jellyfish's poison is putting in work though. Oh no. Come on, please.
My jellyfish there?
No, but it's you got a poison before it died.
Get poisoned.
Oh, come on.
So close. I believe.
Alright. Relax with all that, please, sir.
Get poisoned to death.
Oh no,
oh,
come
no.
on. That was so close. And I needed to take that flask to be able to attack.
Yeah.
Ugh, okay.
It's okay, it's okay.
Annoying. Annoying. I know, back from the edge and everything. Ugh. I wonder if he is capable of falling off. Like, he got really close, but I wonder if he maybe just wasn't quite there. All right, let's do this. Okay, going up. Drop my archers, even though they're going to be immediately murdered. All right, run. Oh, see, immediately plowed by him. No, my archers got immediately plowed by him. I have missed every single one because he is going crazy.
He's being very angry. I need him to calm down. Look. Okay.
Your poise has got to be close. There it is. Okay. Get in here. Oh, nice. You did it. Okay. Nope. Oh, you're close.
Kicked me as he was running by, which is kind of rude.
Oh wait, it got unstunned already? Okay, that was weird.
That was very quick.
Was it not a full stun?
I am dead.
Okay. It's fine. Ow. Okay. Maybe not a boss. I know overworld bosses are able to fall. So this technically is an overworld boss because you're not loading into a fog wall.
Oh, sure.
So he probably is able to fall. But he probably has some sort of barrier to be don't go past here or you will fall.
If we just beat this boss by just luring him off of a cliff.
That'd be so funny.
Bye.
Okay, I'm gonna go up. Alright, he's immediately aggroed to me, so let's give it a second or so before I summon my little dudes, maybe. There you go. Alright, don't go straight into them. Come over here to me. Let them do some damage to you. Oh, don't touch me. Wait, no, don't touch them. Oh, come on. That is so not fair. He's like, that's fine. I'll just do my attack to them. My gravity attack. Might need to swap to the jellyfish like you're rocking here.
Jelly.
Jelly. Dude, stop doing that. Oh, your jelly died.
Oh,
Never mind.
He's like,
Maybe
"You're not gonna
2
kill
jellies will do poison. Oh, there he is. Get to his eye, get to his eye.
Oh, God damn it.
It's okay.
I was there. Ouch. Bitches just throw rocks at me.
He really is. No, no, there we go.
Oh,
Okay. Don't do that to me, please, 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 please. I'm asking nicely. I'm asking nicely. Oh, you did.
Oh, and goodbye.
Oh, I saw. Okay.
I got yeeted.
I saw. Oh, that was so lucky that he got stunned during that charge.
Oh.
Okay, back up. Okay, chill with all that. Like, you crazy little bull scorpion
He's so
ant.
sparkly.
Yeah, because it's magic. He's being a poopy magic head.
He's just a girl.
He is just a girl. Ah, I can't see anything. Yeah. I got wedged between that rock and him, and I couldn't see anything.
I got yeeted.
Oh, I can't believe how close we got that one time.
I know. We got so close.
I know.
It's okay. We can do
Oh
it
wait,
again.
I want to change my spirit. Let's try someone else. Let's try. I mean, I guess I'll go with the jelly too, and we'll see if double jellies will poison him faster.
I want to check some. This hick. What do I want to do?
Whee!
Ooh, that could be useful.
Peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time.
Peanut butter jelly.
Peanut butter jelly.
Peanut butter. Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter
Ready?
jelly and a base. Yeah.
Whee!
Hello.
Okay, so let's do a little runnies, and then we'll do a little dropping of the jelly. Okay. And then I'll do this, and then I'll do this.
Gotta get my wounds.
Ooh! It didn't stun, it just knocked him out of it, but it didn't stun him. Okay, so weird. So you can knock him out of his charge, which is different than that, which is a critical. Interesting. Oh, that's not fair.
Oh. No. I'm dead. I tried to run away and I failed.
Oh no.
These dang rock men.
Like I said, we can technically go past him, but I think we can do it.
I think we could do it too. We almost did it.
I know.
And by we, I mean you.
I mean, you survived for a good portion. Jelly. Help me out, Jelly. Oh. Run. No, run. Get it. Get the. Ah, get the critical. You are a son of a bitch.
Hell yeah. What kind of ice cream?
No, Jelly. No.
Jelly did good work though.
Stop making me waste my magic. Stop making me waste my magic.
He's all poisoned. He's gonna puke so bad later.
I wish. I wish that would make him throw up.
I threw up.
I threw up. Alright, how many more do I have to hit him with to stun him? It's gotta be very soon. There it is.
Kablam.
Get that. There it is. Why is it being so finicky?
I don't know. It's being a little bitch about it.
It's being kind of annoying.
Chocolate brownie extreme blizzard with Oreo.
I can't with this, unfortunately. The magic in the Elden Ring doesn't work like that. I wish it had free aim.
Yeah, it's just kind of locks.
Yeah. But if I don't lock on, it'll just like go in front of me. Like I don't have any way to like aim it. It just goes in the direction in front of me. Unfortunate.
You might need to stage a riot if they didn't. Potentially a coup.
I agree. It's the most important part of their job, you know?
Is putting the Oreos in the thing.
Is putting the Oreos in. Whee! I'm gonna run so he doesn't kill my jellyfish immediately. Okay, there we go. Okay, that's better than chasing me, honestly.
Cool.
I'm kidding, obviously.
I mean, it's true though. You're the only one who can actually. Oh, I'm not dead. I am dead.
Okay.
I didn't even get a chance to stand up to heal myself.
I know that happened to me the first like couple times we fought him. No, what? No, get that. Oh, jeez, that was so close. I would like for him to get frost damage, but I don't know if that's possible.
Get frosted.
Whoa, okay, I didn't realize he was gonna come over here. Okay, that sucks for me.
He was like, hello.
I know, yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much what happened. No, stop abusing my jellyfish. Well, that's unfortunate. It's gotta be, yeah. It's gotta be close. So it takes about 4 of my attacks to stun him, give or take. That also depends on how many rocks hit him. Oh god damn it. I always get literally close to a rock when he does that attack. Oh, my nose. No! Oh, I almost fell off. Oh yeah, he definitely has a wall. He definitely has a wall that he won't fall off.
That would have...
Because he's so close so many times. Oh. I unfortunately thought that he was stunned.
I thought I heard the stun sound
yeah,
too.
That's why I was like went for it instead of getting away from that attack.
No Oreos. Time to fight, Andy. I will get my torch and my pitchfork and we will go fight.
Take down the man.
The man who
Take down the man.
Those rat bastards.
Exactly. Them bastards. Okay.
Okay.
Drink my thing. Get ready with my jelly. Alright. Okay, so I do like the tactic of running a little bit so he doesn't charge right for my jelly. Go.
Hi, Barrett. Where are my rooms?
Go. All right, listen here, you mother.
I am also tired. I have died many times. I am about to die again. Okay. Run away, you stupid bitch. I am dead.
Oh, you're not dodging through those? Yeah, you have to dodge through those.
I was. But I dodged to like where the next rocks were going to be. It didn't go well.
Didn't work out. No, get the thing. Oh my gosh, why?
Gertrude squishy.
She a little squishy. Ah! I hit the wrong button, but I somehow lived. I lived.
Gertrude's trying her best, okay?
No, you're doing good. He's a little tough for like where he is in the game. Like he's
it doesn't help that I don't do like any damage to him.
Yeah. Oh, he's poisoned? Okay, well, at least he's poisoned before. Oh, okay, I knocked him out of that. And then if I hit him again... No? Okay, well, screw you then. Get some more rocks. Oh my god, I knocked him out of something.
He was getting all roly-poly.
He was getting a little sassy, and I was not about it. Oh. Sir. Ah! Oh, the stand-up animation is what killed me. I could have survived that if I didn't stand up and slide. Because I could have rolled right back up that. Oh, damn. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate.
Gravity.
Fall damage. Fall damage got me.
Fall damage. Falalage.
Yeah, honestly, you're just gonna have to do heavy attacks, which I know don't look like they do damage, but they do poise damage, and you're just gonna have to do your little blood attacks.
Yep.
So. Alright, there you go. Yeah, because unfortunately, I don't think you have anything that does gravity. Like, there are swords out there that do gravity damage, but I don't think you have any yet. Ah! Torrent, don't you do it, Torrent. There we go. Jeez.
No, don't hurt me. I just need my runes. Never mind. Goodbye, runes. He was just running back and forth directly over me.
Hey, don't be mean to my jellyfish. What is that? I don't like that attack. Don't do that. Okay.
I just died immediately.
Hey, don't bully my jelly. Come on.
He's a meanie.
Oh, damn. I already cast it. Don't wake up till I get there, please. No! Can you get frosted? Like, are you even capable of getting frosted? Whatever you're doing, I don't like it. Remember the little somersault?
He just wants to be a gymnast.
I guess so.
Can't deprive him of his dreams.
Ah! Okay, well, unfortunate.
I don't like this slow approach he's doing.
I know. Why are you just like sizing up?
He's posturing.
Makes me so upset that we've gotten like so close that one time,
I know.
and every other time has just been like a disaster.
Just wanted to get my runes, and I failed.
Yeah, sometimes waiting till it's like safer is just the only option. Oh, waste. You're just waiting? Okay. Why are you just sizing me up? I don't like it. Why is he just like sizing me up like that?
I don't know. Ignore that. I know. I can't heal because I'm dead. Yeah, whatever sound he makes during that one attack sounds like the stun sound.
It does, and that's why it's confusing. Because I'm in the center of the ring now. I am the captain now.
This is my house.
Ooh, get stunned out of your attack. You can't charge at me. Huh? You can charge at me.
Because I've watched me. You're doing great.
Thanks. Oh my god. I don't know how I'm surviving some of these, I'm not gonna lie.
You're doing amazing. You're doing great, sweetie.
Please, I just need a little space. Oh, no. I dodged too early.
Oh, you're doing so good.
I dodged too early.
Too early.
Too early.
Agnes has died.
Damn.
I really wish that when you die and it goes to your friend's POV that it actually goes like behind them instead of always wanting to look at their face. So I feel like
you can target the boss while you're in whatchamacallit mode.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Makes it a little easier to spectate.
It'll be amazing.
Yeah, it makes it a little easier to spectate. It's kind of funny. Okay. Jump. Okay.
When we get these 0 runes.
Oh, I wouldn't even risk it.
It was right where I landed because that's where I died.
Risking it for the biscuit it. Alright. No, don't touchy, no touchy. Oh my gosh, why am I wasting? I knew he's gonna do this. One more. And then he does that, and then okay, now he's done. Over you. Hey, leave my jellyfish alone.
I'm still alive.
Yay!
Oh.
And your jelly is still putting in work, which I'm happy about.
Don't hurt me.
Ooh, I need
Don't
one
hurt
more.
me. Don't hurt me.
No, it's going after your jelly.
Stab. Blood attack right on his butt. A bloody butt attack.
A bloody attack. Oh, come. I fucking dodged, you bitch.
Oh, fuck.
I got it. Somehow I got it right at the end there, which is just absolutely amazing. Gaming. Gamer.
Uh-oh.
Somehow both of our... Okay. I was about to say somehow both of our jellies are alive, but that is no longer accurate.
Are they both dead?
Yeah.
How dare!
Oh, you son of a...
Son of a biscuit! Uh-oh. No. Hey, I'm just proud of me for not being dead at the moment. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I spoke too soon.
No, you were doing so good.
Oh no.
Yeah, you're gonna have to just learn the timing of that attack because it's 100% dodgeable.
I think the problem is once I get fucked from the first one, then
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to catch back up, yeah. What is that?
That is super beam!
Okay, but like... Why?
The sparkle lasers!
I would so much rather you didn't have laser beams.
Have you considered not having laser beams?
That's bullshit, I was dodging.
Unacceptable, I know. I did my best. I did better that time. I mean, I lasted longer that time.
Oh, no, no, no.
Yeah, crappy bullshit.
Oh,
We did so good that time, though.
I know.
I'm feeling better.
I know.
Got this.
Skincare product in the 19th century. Wasn't it? Isn't it lead?
Yeah, I think it's lead.
Wait, what? I'm not back. Can you rest?
You're not back?
Uh-uh. That's so weird. Okay. Okay. I'm dead now. Weird.
That was odd.
Yeah, the game's glitching. We're not bad. The game's glitching.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I die immediately.
The game's glitching, yeah. Yep, for sure. Totes.
Totes my goats.
Oh, it was arsenic. You were right. You were right, Dave, as per usual.
Is he gonna do his running thing that he likes to do so much? Okay. Went really well.
Oh, come on. The swing back is what got me? Kind of bull. Kind of bullshit, but whatever. No, my dude, no.
Don't throw jelly.
Oh, I stunned him. Can you get to him? I can't.
I'm trying to do my best. Nope.
It's okay. It's okay. I did not expect to stun him from a distance. He's poisoned, though, which is great.
Hell yeah. A little passive damage.
Yeah. Okay, there's a thing.
And now I'm dead.
That's... Okay.
Safe arsenic complexion with taste. No,
I gotta.
no. Oh my god. Oh.
Okay.
I can't believe you got out of that just. Oh my god.
Just to die from his tail whip or whatever got me.
His stupid little butt.
His stupid butt.
Stupid butt. Can I not?
West Dickens. All right, this is doable.
So doable. Why
It's
can
so
I not
doable.
use this group chat? Da 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 da. Nope. Okay, well. I was like, drink potion first, but I forgot to change to the correct potion. Hunk. Okay, he's got his zoomies.
Yeah, I just waited it out. I was like, I know he's gonna do one more. Okay, he just slammed right into you.
Sure did. Why Why am I not locked onto him? Huh! I was done with the chat. That's the man.
You can't take your eyes off the man.
Can't trust him. Oh.
I can't get to it because he's on a rock funny.
Yeah, I tried and it did not go well.
Okay.
He's poisoned.
He is. Don't hit me with that tail. I see you. Okay. I just wish that this particular spell didn't take so long to cast, because it's so good against these guys.
Oh, I need him out.
He has.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Okay. I never saw him do that.
Nope. Oh. Okay.
Sure,
well.
on the 15th try, let's just throw something new in the mix.
Listen, sir, I'm not a fan of you and what you're about.
You could just not.
Why are you? I don't like. Oh, come on. You were sizing me up, so I went to go cast, and then he was like, nah.
I'm done posturing.
I know.
The time is now. We got this.
So crazy.
I believe.
No, we're doing this. We're not. I'm not running past him. Where
No,
we need to
absolutely.
go is literally right. Like we walk past it while we're fighting him.
I refuse to.
I also refuse because it's doable. Alright, if I go up and I start the aggro on him, I think it's actually a little better. Keep his aggro over here.
Me so long to get back in.
Come on. Go. Okay, cast here. Nice. Come get me, come get me.
Somebody come get her.
Okay. Oh, son of a bish.
Thinking about the beach. Oh, don't hurt me. Don't hurt my horse.
Slammy slammies. Okay. Nice, nice, nice.
Don't hurt me.
Can you, and your weirdly beautiful eye, get out of my face?
Ow. Oh, he got me as I was jumping off of my horse. That was a dick move.
He ugly? Yeah, he fights ugly too.
I wish his sparkle wasn't so pretty.
Oh, okay, sure. Fuck me then, I guess.
Oh, okay. Okay. We did great. I survived for approximately 45 seconds.
Can you just chill with my jellyfish? Oh my.
I heard my sound alert, but it was so dang quiet.
Again, every time I get stuck on a rock for that third attack.
Ugh. Okay, we're doing it. We're doing it, Peter.
I mean, we're consistently getting about half, so that's good. Hi, Nikki. You blended in because for some reason you're the same color as Dave today. People who don't set their colors specifically, your colors rotate if you didn't know that.
Fail trombone.
Blah, blah, blah.
Gonna taunt me with sound alerts until I succeed. Oh man. Okay, I'm gonna do my best.
She is doing her so best. Her so
Trying
good
so
best.
hard. I'm just a baby.
Just dove off out of my own will there. Okay. Alright, come get me. Leave my jelly alone.
Why can I not? Don't.
Don't. Yeah, that's the best way to beat a boss.
Just don't.
Just don't. Just tell them no. Consent is key.
Fucking rock ass bastard. Yeah. You like some blood? Oh, he's not. I wasn't locked on. Oops.
Oh, I stunned him from so far away. Get in there.
Oh, come on. Come on. Come on. You
It's
bitch.
okay. I don't know why yours, like, is not registering.
It's not registering at all.
You're doing just a regular light attack, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not the ground rocks.
Okay. Well, unfortunate.
One of these times we'll actually get the stunning strike on him. The stunning blow. I thought I had gotten out of it. That killed me? Well, that killed me dead.
Unfortunate.
I had so much health. I don't know why that killed me.
Yeah, you might have to be full for that particular attack. It might do, like, just that much damage. Because I can survive it, yeah, if I'm, like, full. Leave my jelly alone. You bully.
He's heckin' poisoned, though.
He is heckin' poisoned, and his head is not in a place that I can get the critical.
Get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
Oof. Oof, oof, oof. Please, please don't laser. Like, I'm so begging to please not laser. Oh, okay. I'm shorter than the laser. Amazing.
Oh, hell yeah. Sometimes you just gotta be short.
Oh, my nose is itchy, don't itch. Oh.
Stab him in the nards. In the face, nards.
Okay,
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, we got this. And by we, I mean you.
It's okay, I'm gonna try. Oh, jelly. Let's go.
Let's go, you did it!
Gamer.
Amazing.
I am a gamer. I'm a gamer. Alright, so I think I have to go back down and touch the grace so you can come back.
Probably. Yeah.
Okay. I'm coming. I'm a
Fair,
coming.
I appreciate your commitment to the sound alerts.
I'm a coming. Thanks,
You
chat.
technically
Thanks, chat.
I did technically participated.
You did. You helped.
There, I did a damage.
You did damage. You did. I saw it happen. Plus, I'm pretty sure that your jellyfish contributed to the poisoning, for sure.
My jelly did more damage in that fight than I did.
That's a hard fight because, like I said, where he is is like, what's the chances of you having a fucking gravity attack other than, like, what I had, you know? Did that not go off? I double-checked that today. Did that go off, Wolfie, and I just missed it? Because I thought I checked that one today. No. Bummer. Alright, I'll have to fix it again. Okay, so... we're supposed to be able to jump from... oh, I see it. I see it. Okay. And then we go... wee! And we do not die. Oh, men.
Yeah, if they can follow.
Men.
Men. Where are we going? I got distracted.
Oh, follow the long cliff.
Oh. I'm frightened.
You can make it, I promise.
Okay.
I would not lead you astray. I would not lead you ashtray.
Ashtray! Oh, where'd he go?
I killed him.
And then he went flying. Oh, there's a tree! With a seed.
I see. How do we get down there, though? Right here. Oh, right here. Right here. A man!
A man!
I killed him.
I'm helping.
You're gonna be helping, because the next boss is... I want to say he's easy, but at the same time, like... he can be hard, but they literally give you a weapon to fight him with.
Good, yes, great. It would be nice to fight a boss that my weapons actually do.
Yes. A Seeb!
Seeb. I feel the need.
Feel the need. You are loaded up with arrows. Oh my gosh.
I know.
That is so funny.
The man with the arms decided to shoot me with all of the arrows.
Melania? Oof. It's a ways away till we can even get to her, honestly, which sucks.
We got an invisible man.
Speed running to Melania.
Invisible.
Where'd he go? Where
Coming
did he
toward
go?
you.
A neeb. A neeb for Seeb. Oh, I was rolling on the skulls. I'm sorry. Where did he go?
I'm gonna get him.
No, we have to get him. I don't know what he is. What he has.
Damn it.
Oh, you turned! He didn't go straight into it. This is tough.
Yeah,
And, like, he doesn't have a path. So he can't...
He does.
But he'll, like, alter it if you're in the path. They're not a foe. They're not, like, an enemy. But you have to... They're, like... You know how there's the glowing beetles that give you upgrades and stuff like that? It's one of those, but they're invisible ones.
Damn it. He went around me. Stop it.
Oh, come on. That one was so close.
Oh, you fuck.
Is there, like, hold on. Is there something that I can do? Maybe I can glintstone arc when he's, like, nearby.
Get stabbed by magic.
Let's see.
Oh, maybe I can blood.
Oh. That's the second I go to drink, of course. Because why not? Alright, let's go this way.
He goes onto this rock.
It does do that. Where is he?
Where'd he go? Did he disappear? I think he disappeared.
They usually don't disappear. Does he just need to reset his path, maybe? Alright, well maybe let's just go into the Volcano Manor and come back out and see if his path reset.
Okay.
It's weird. Yeah, they usually don't disappear. Oh, there's a troll. A troll.
No, 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 no.
Ka-chow! Amazing damage. Not quite as amazing damage. Ninja Parade slips by town unnoticed once again.
Why am I not doing my mighty shot?
Careful of that. Yeah. I don't think it goes far enough, luckily. Oh, maybe it does quite go far enough.
Let's save.
Yeah,
Why
go
did I
stab
not
him.
use my attack before with
Do you have FP? Yeah, I can see it on your screen. Hmm.
Do not.
Ooh. Let's see if I can make it and get the thing. Nope, but I killed him anyway.
Nice.
He's dead anyway. Okay.
Oh, I'm dead.
Gertrude has died. No, Gertie.
Gertrude's doing her best.
Gertie.
Oh, shit. Leveled up last time we were at a thing, so I got 26,000 runes.
Okay, I'm gonna go touch it. I'm gonna go touch it. Oh yeah, I can't wait to see how fucked up everyone looks on my end here because of the stupid broken randomizer. That's not even on. Trudy and Aggie.
I'm so far away.
It's okay. I think I'm about to touch a Grace. Yeah, I am.
Okay.
My music is also randoed. That's wild.
So weird.
It's yeah, because it's doing the Radon Festival music. That is so funny. We just wanted to sound like old ladies.
Because fun.
Yeah. Hello, lady.
Gertrude Fingers. That would be a name for sure.
The drawing room lies down the hall.
Some very dramatic stuff out of the blue. Yeah. The drawing room key.
Drawing.
Drawing room key. Wait, did you not come here?
I was
Volcano Manor?
impatient.
Oh. Well, yeah, if you come to
Welcome.
Volcano Manor, then we just go out the door.
Yeah, I just gotta. Hello,
Patches!
sir.
Patches O'Houlihan! What are you doing here? You silly goose.
Don't look at me. He got so mad. But the guy has reloaded.
Oh, that's unfortunate. It's okay. I will help you kill. I'm
I
coming.
meant the people.
Yeah, I know. I'm coming.
Trying to get the. No, 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 no. Okay, we're good.
Okay. I was running so
Gertrude
fast.
figures.
I was running so
Hot.
fast.
Top tier 8.
Gertrude, host of fingers. What? What? I just got shot in the dome with an arrow. Rusty
Agnes,
Shackleford.
no.
Shackleford.
Ah! Everything went dark.
Gertrude, host of fingers. Well, I need my runes back because that was very many's. That was so many runes.
So many.
Alright, listen here, you son of a bitch.
You son of a bitch. I can't. You're invisible.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, the invisible. You're going for the beetle again?
Perfect. That's what I thought we were doing.
Oh, yeah. It's shorter from here, but I was just going to kill this man. Kill this man and get them my runes. No. No. Ha ha ha. You may not enter, or may you? Oh, okay. Rude.
Ow.
What? Excuse? Stop yelling.
You throwing shit at me. I'm throwing shit at you.
Oh, that hit the door. What? Oh my god, stop yelling. That's so annoying. No, come back. Oh my gosh. Okay, perfect.
Oh my gosh. Ow.
Perfect.
Did I just die from an arrow? Oh my god.
From one single arrow? That's crazy.
I was apparently not paying attention to my health because I kept using my blood strike to try to kill the beetle, and it wasn't working. And then I died
Oh, no.
from an arrow.
From an arrow. Alright, I don't think I need to fully charge this one. Like that much? Yep, okay. Alright, let's get this last dude here. Who doesn't need a full charge. Well, I might need to charge so I can get range. Yeah, okay. Whoo, let's go, baby. Okay.
Oh.
Now I'm coming to help you. With this, I think might work.
Let's get my runes from when I got murdered by an arrow. There we go.
Where are you going? Okay, he's going over there. He's gonna loop around the little tree. Why is it going all over the place?
Because you can't lock on, probably.
No, I know, but I was trying to shoot in front of me, and she wasn't shooting in front. She was like shooting to the side.
How?
There's gotta be like a good place to stand for this particular one.
There's gotta be a way. I refuse to accept this.
How did that pass me? This is so ridiculous.
Forget the fucking scorpion ant. This is the true nemesis of the stream.
This is the final boss. Alright, there's gotta be a place to stand that's like perfect for this.
I would think it would be that rock, but he keeps just like...
See, but why does it why does it turn sometimes? I don't understand. How? How are none of these hitting it?
This is going so well.
I don't know if it's the reach. It's the timing.
Yes.
God fucking got you.
Oh, good job. Hell yeah.
And it's an arrow Ash of War, so you can use that.
Ooh.
Oh. Gamer.
Hashtag gamer.
Gamer.
Where are my ashes? Oh, there we go.
Oh, okay.
Barrage. Which one was it that you got?
Through and through.
That's on great bows. I don't have a great bow. We'll get one later.
That'll be cool though because it's like
I just
able
don't
to
have-
pierce multiple enemies.
Yeah.
It's cute. All right.
Oh, what? These runey runes. Okay, I need to go to wherever that grace is so I can level up.
It is Volcano Manor. Or we can just run.
Volcano?
We're almost there.
Run. I'm fine with just running.
Yeah, we're almost there.
I step in after I murder these tables, of course.
Okay. There is a lady upstairs who's a little difficult, so maybe we should try like after we level.
After we level.
Yeah.
Who's this fucker?
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to start pumping to
Man.
Viggies. To Viggies. That's Tanith, I think. Oh, that's Patches.
Oh, Patches. Oh, Houlihan.
Patches. But Patches the traitor.
Little bitch.
I know. If you don't understand the context, chat, we summon Patches during the fight with Radon, and he joins and then pieces out immediately.
He just runs away. And he also pushed me off a fucking cliff. Little bitch.
What's the first place you would spend attribute points if you're just starting out? Vigor. Vigor, for sure.
Oops. Do I want to be smarter?
I mean,
Ooh,
that
does
really
a
depends.
lot for
Like,
defense.
I don't know how to explain it. Like, you would have to kind of like start using different stuff. I would just keep going into dexterity and arcane. And then that way, once we unlock the mountains, we'll get you Rivers of Blood, which is a blood-based katana, and it's very cool.
Blood. I'm gonna go to strength because it's giving me a lot of stuff.
Join Pixel's chat where legends like Gertrude Fingers and Randy Randleman reign supreme.
Fucking Randy Randleman, am I right?
Randleman. But watch. Look at this magic. Look, nothing happened. What chairs? What chairs?
What do you mean?
I smashed all the chairs and then Dave said, my antique chairs.
Ugh.
Alright. Ludies, what you got for me?
Let me smash her table.
Is this the one? Yeah, it is. Fakies. I found it. I found the fakies. Alright, so wait, we're not gonna go in there yet. We're gonna do splurries first.
Okay. I was just pillaging.
Oh yeah. I just was trying to remember if it's that particular room or not. Listen, eventually I'm gonna know this game inside out and like I'll know everything. That's my goal. I need to know everything about Elden Ring. Oh my gosh, I want to do her quest this time and I don't know how. Can we look this up? Can we look this up? I want to do her quest for real.
Yeah. I don't care.
I've never done her quest ever and I don't know how to do it. Where's my phone? Here it is. Okay, so what is this? How to do riot quest. Raya's quest line. Okay. Where to find Raya? I know that. Okay. So what do we do once you're, if you reach Volcano Manor before seeing Raya and returning the necklace, you'll see her there. She'll disappear as you make your way through the assassination. It seems you do not find Raya before completing quest line. Okay. Make sure to continue her quest before finishing the Volcano Manor assassinations. Okay. Speak to Raya after the first Volcano Manor assassination. Okay. 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 So let's talk to this guy. I understand. Okay. So.
What are we doing?
Old Knight Istvan. Okay, so now we should have a red mark on our map showing us who we have to kill. Is he over here? Oh, he's over here. Okay. Okay. So we have to take a little shortcut. I've literally never done this girl's quest the entire time. This is so funny. Okay. So let's go to... Shoot. Does the War Master's Shack connect? Let's try the War Master's Shack and then go north. Let's see.
Sounds good.
Hi, Dandy. How are you? Is the monk... Yeah, everything in the game that like sounds like any sort of language is entirely made up. They've basically said that it's all made up because they didn't want to like write lyrics and stuff, so it's just like chanting.
Where is that?
Oh, I'm so sorry. The War Master's shack is in Limgrave, and it's down towards the bottom in Stormhill. Limgrave. Yeah, up.
There you go.
Yeah, okay.
Libgrabe.
For a place instead. No, yeah, that's random. It's random. It's random. That particular chorus is for the Radon Festival. Okay, we're going this way. That's why I said, I was like, it's so funny that it randomized clothes and music, but nothing else.
Picking D&D spells, what class of character are you?
Yeah, tell me. Tell me.
All about your D&D. Why are you dropping wolves from the sky?
Dropping wolves on me.
Where'd she go?
Killing them to get their bones, though.
Oh, bones.
Bones.
Yeah, I need their bones.
Right, don't do that. Oh, unless you're gonna kill the wolves for me, that'd be handy.
Ow.
Oh my. The balls are attacking. Okay.
Not the balls.
I killed the balls. Alright, let's go. I know everything. I wish I did, but I actually don't. Okay, this is where we have to go. Can you see this summon thing on the ground?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, wizard, so you've got all the spells.
Okay. Okay, so we have to talk to her after the first quest. If this is wrong and I miss my opportunity to do her quest again, I'm gonna be very, very angry.
Very upset.
I'll be very angry.
Upsetty spaghetti.
So angry.
Doo, doo.
Hello, Istvan. Oh wait, we target each other? Wait, don't target me. Target this man.
Oh, ow. Why would you do that? It seems unnecessary and rude.
Ah! Don't heal, that's rude.
Don't kill.
Oh, there's a
How dare
wall.
you?
That's why I was like... Ooh. Oh.
I am dead.
Oh, I see.
So many dishes. I hate doing dishes.
Okay, listen, sir. I'm not a fan of you. I'm not a fan of what you're about.
I don't care for your shenanigans.
Yeah. I'm not about this life.
Hell yeah.
Get stunned out of whatever the fuck you just thought you were about to do. Okay, or just my attack won't go off. That's cool too. I was actually thinking my attack should probably not go off.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I was just thinking that it probably shouldn't work, you know? First I'm gonna shenan, and then I'm gonna shenan again. Exactly.
Shenanigan again.
And then again, and again, and again.
Shenanan.
Shenananan. Again and then. Again and then. Again and then.
I need...
Your wounds should be like here. Henricus?
I have
Excuse me?
So maybe I don't actually...
Maybe you don't get them because like it was like an invasion thingy? Oh, you are kind of a bitch. That was pathetic.
I just murdered him with a blood.
That was pathetic. Pathetic. Alright, now we go back to Volcano Manor.
Right. Volcano
Manor.
Volcano.
Which is its own little tabby.
Yeah, I got him. I got it.
Alright, Raya, where are you at?
Yes.
Oh, I heard it too.
Have you any
Please share.
It's gonna be on the walls, like slithering. Okay.
Oh, fine. It just isn't possible. I'm
Oh no, I
Where are
heard
you?
it.
breathing.
No, I heard it. Okay,
Wait,
now
where
let me
are
look.
you?
Okay. Raya will have taken a what? Hold on a second. Raya will move after this, and you can now find her in the room opposite the drawing room. The second room on the right. Okay, do I have to rest first? Right, maybe let's rest so she'll move. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm so excited because I've literally never done this quest before.
I'm down.
I know, but I feel bad
No
because
need
I'm
to
like, okay,
apologize.
so go here, and then go here, and then go here, and then go here, and you're just like literally running in circles. Where are you, lady? Are you a snack? Are you a snack yet, lady? Okay, so she's not there. So now.
Oh, hello.
Snake!
Snake! Snake! Oh,
Snake!
it's a
This is not a test
snake!
room. What's that peculiar look upon your face? Goodness.
Figure out how to determine the gender of an ant. All you need is a bowl of water. You place the ant in the water. If it sinks, it's a girl ant. If it floats,
Forgive
boy
my
ant.
distress.
Boo!
Thank you for treating
Honk.
me as usual, despite this appearance.
Honk!
Brave tarnished. This is my true form.
I'm just gonna
My
smash.
real name is Zarias.
Zarias is her real name. Because you're a snake.
This duplicity
You're just
is
smashing
not
stuff while
endure.
she's like opening her heart to me.
Tanith speaks
I'm
no
sorry, I can't talk
falsehoods.
to her, so it's okay.
Volcano Manor is just as it seems.
Okay.
Lady Tanith
Ant.
told I was born by the that my mother cherishes this form. I
Boo,
am proud
pun.
people are cruel. If and so you are not like
I'm not like
my
the rest.
serpentine form. A secret. Now
I'm not like the other guys.
Safe from any. My a secret. Now
Okay.
please keep them.
Okay, so now what do I do? Okay, hold on.
Is she being a pick-me right now?
She is. Alright, she'll tell you. Okay. You can speak to Tanith and she'll ask you to be kind to Raya. Okay, and then we continue through the Volcano Manor. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. So let's go talk to Tanith. And she'll be like, please be
Bye,
nice to my
Pickly.
very deformed snake daughter.
Did you that is the time?
Only if she phrases it exactly that way.
Again, I'm trying to have a serious heart-to-heart. God.
That's what I'm here for.
Perhaps it is not my blood, as hers, her true visage, honestly. Please,
Listen, if
her
I
true
can't have the heart
Okay.
part, then I'm gonna smash.
Okay. So this is done now. So now we continue. So do you want to go try to fight this bitch up here? She's kind of tough, but we can try.
Sure.
She's got a like crazy giant pizza cutter that will do crazy
Oh.
bleed damage.
Yeah, well, guess who else does bleed damage?
Yeah, but you kill
Me.
yourself.
Listen, that's not important.
That's okay. You're right. You're right. I'm sorry. All right, Giza. Ah.
Ah! Okay, listen, I wasn't ready. I was still getting my jellyfish.
Ah. She's gonna hit me. She's gonna hit me.
Don't hurt my friend. Ow, 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 ow. No, no, no. Oh, ha, 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 I dodged you.
No pizza cutter me. No pizza cutter me. No. Yay!
Got her.
Get shitted on.
How about
Get
instead of
shitted
fighting me,
on.
women supporting women?
Oh my gosh! Imagine.
Imagine.
Wow.
Hype, 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 hype.
Hype, 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 hype.
Hype, 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 hype.
Okay, so now we can go through the secret wall. Secret tunnel.
Where are you?
Back at the Grace. Just go down the stairs. Just go down the
Secret
stairs.
wall.
Okay, so now we go in the secret tunnel. Yep.
There it goes.
Secret wall.
Secret tunnel. Someone, please kill him. Who? Who's speaking?
no snakes.
Who is I couldn't hear that because the secret tunnel thing went off. I can't tell who was speaking. Was that Raya speaking?
Let's make some escargot.
Escargot. Okay, so we can go down or we can go through the hall. What's down?
Probably murder.
Oh, I mean, obviously there's always murder down, but I mean. Oh, sir? I would rather you didn't.
Where'd you go?
He does a little teleporty. Ooh, nice! Ooh, nice!
Get wrecked.
Good
bitch.
job. Good job. Well, maybe we should go back up, because I think this is continuing.
Actually take damage from my sword.
I know.
If they don't take damage from my sword, then I'm just
The
sad.
eel snail mash. Yaga calls them snelks because they're snailed snakes.
Oh.
I went back up the stairs if you didn't see me.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was just smashing.
Because I feel like down is the direction we're supposed to go. And I want to
It's
be
actually opposite to smash.
different. Snelks.
You got these stuff
Snails
on your
and elks.
body.
Yes, secret walls. I knew it.
Okay, goes to a car dealership. One of the salesmen comes out and starts talking about the car he's looking at. He says, "Salesman, cargo space." The salesman gets a fight. No, cargo road. Boo!
I hate it.
Boo! No, cargo road.
So, okay, I feel like it's not spoiling anything, but hopefully nobody will get upset. There's a joke in the new Thunderbolts movie where somebody was like, and now we have like the space crisis, and one of them's like, what do you mean? There's so much room here. And they're like, outer space. Like,
That's stupid.
I know. I was like, it's so dumb. Ooh. Oh, a glass. That's not suspicious at all.
That's volatile.
Even more room. That's all it is. That's all it is. It's just a bunch of space.
The most space, really.
Yeah, that's all it is.
You know bears are allergic to honey. It makes them break into... Boo! Boo!
Get out! You should be ashamed of yourself. No, I'm kidding. I think I have a dad joke command. Does it still work? Does anyone want to see if mine still works? I really don't know. It's been years, I think, since anyone used it.
Oh, the shadows are all jacked up. Okay.
That's the other side of the bridge. I forgot. My bad. Oh, snake.
Oh, that's a long boy.
Oh, he fell.
It's like a lizard snake. Hiya!
That's all the dad jokes you could need. Dave is so anti, like, communicating with the robots. Which I absolutely love. Dave is like, no, I will not speak to your robot. Please don't ever ask me to do that ever again.
Oh, Tori, congrats on the second.
Joins the superhero team. I don't understand that. That's one of the only things that I'm like, how did this happen in between Falcon and Winter Soldier and now?
Ah! I fell down.
I see. Hi, Tori. I'm swell. How are you?
Not to worry.
That was an entry-level position. I'm glad they all work, by the way. Saribot. I didn't know Saribot had one. That's funny.
Where did I die? Over here.
Should be just one on one of these roofs. Roofs. Your runes are on the roofs. Okay, so I'm not sure exactly which is the best way to go.
Snake over there. Snake.
Doing well. Got any exciting plans for the weekend? Or not exciting plans for the weekend?
No, no glasses. Tori, why
stop,
you do
stop!
this?
No! Sir!
I'm already bad at this game. I'm gonna fall off so many things.
Just,
Hello? I don't even know where he-
just
oh,
don't.
Goodbye.
Just don't fall.
I can't see.
Take the kiddo swimming. That's exciting.
Oh yeah, free comic book day. Did y'all get any comics?
Y'all got any comic books? Oh, look, a beetle.
Get the comics?
There's a beetle on that roof over there.
I can't see jack shit. Oh, I see it.
Good job. Okay. Ah, men.
No.
Stop throwing poison. That's disgusting.
That's Golsten.
All right, where is this beetle? It's down here.
You're just gonna be in Star Wars regalia all of the time.
Yay! It's a smithing stone.
I'm just
Okay.
gonna stand here and watch you murder.
Okay, that's fine. You can do that.
Gonna stand there and watch you murder.
That's all right because I like the way you murder.
Watch a murderer.
All right, let's go down, maybe.
Down.
A roof.
Yep.
Oh, there's an omen killer right here.
Oh, he's got some blades.
Yeah, he got some cleavers. Cleavers. Wah, stop that, sir. No,
Oh,
stop
he's got
that too.
fire. Why you do this?
Oh, he's dead.
Get bleeded on.
We're such a good team. Oh, dog.
It's
We're
not
both
nice.
just
I can't
panic
see.
chopping.
Right, I'm just like.
That's a. I'm all tactical until it comes to dogs, and then I'm like,
Panic. I would like to be able to see, but I can't right now. Oh no, a man.
Okay, what is this little corridor here? Dog.
Dogu?
Dog. I killed the dog.
Smash.
Oh. Oh, I know. This is a jump. This is a kind of scary jump, but it's totally makeable.
Is it makeable when you're not wearing glasses?
Questionable.
Okay, let's try it.
All right.
You
I'll
gotta
go
run?
first. Yeah, you definitely gotta run, but let me try to do it first, see if I can remember. Nope. My camera spun too far. Oh, I can make it down though? Okay. Well, you survived going down, which is good. Oh, wait. Can you, is this how you do it?
Ah!
Nope. Just not how you do it. Alright, well.
Go down. The 90 stream streak is so many
Holy.
bad spots. Oh,
That is so many.
they are now. Oh, I'm dead.
Oh no.
I went exploring and then I found some pots.
I
and
see
then
the
hit
pots.
them, and then I died.
I see the pots. Okay.
I don't know how to get that.
Down.
Uh-huh.
Down.
Uh-huh. Down.
Wow. Oh, they explode. That's probably what actually killed you.
Oh my god, this is so hard to do. With no glasses?
How long do you have to be no glasses?
I imagine only like another minute. Okay, good. Ugh, okay, I can see again. It's 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
5 minutes!
That's so many.
It's certainly more than none minutes,
That's
which is my preferred.
factually accurate.
Wow, stop it. This is not the way I need to go.
No. No. Anna. Anna.
Oh,
Anna. Okay, this way.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
How do
Then
I-
this way.
Are
And
you
then-
leading me to...
Yes. And then
Okay,
this way. And then this way.
Feels correct.
And then this way. And then this way. Yay. We did it.
I jumped to the thing.
You did?
Yeah, I got a stone sword key.
See, I knew it was able to be done, but my camera like clipped the edge. And I was like, all right, this is my life now, I suppose. Bah, 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 bah. He's gonna explode, he's gonna explode. I thought I was further away than that.
Oh. How do you get over there?
You can walk in the lava, it just hurts you. You will not die. Will not pass away.
Simply perish.
Will not simply perish. Retrieve lost runes. I would like to!
Oh, did you die?
Oh yeah, that's how I led you back.
Oh,
It was not it's not out of the kindness of my heart, unfortunately.
I thought it was out of the kindness of your heart. I was like, oh, you came back for me. That's so nice.
It was absolutely not out of
I
the kindness
genuinely
of my
thought you were
heart.
like, oh, Gigi is so lost right now. Gigi doesn't have her glasses on. She has no idea where she is. I was like, oh, Pink, thank you. No. No.
No, absolutely not.
I would never.
There's absolutely ulterior motives there, and they were selfish. Oh, it's funny. Okay, so now, which is the best way to go? Oh, this way for sure. Okay, how do we get from this roof? Oh, men! Ah! Okay,
I helped.
I think
Can
we.
I jump?
Yeah, I was gonna
Oh.
say. Oh, okay.
Nope. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna
All right,
die.
so where's? I'm trying to think of where's the best place for you to get back up. Oh, you're literally probably gonna have to go around. All right, let me see if potentially there's a grace nearby.
I'm so slow. I'm gonna die.
I know. You know what's you know what's the weirdest part about Elden Ring? In New Game Plus, there's no movement penalty in lava or poison. And I'm like, but why New Game Plus? That's so weird.
Because you're magic at that point.
I guess so. They're like, yeah, you've already beaten it. You're probably fine. Oh, I touched. That's such bullshit. I touched that time. All right. What's over here?
Hiya! Okay, I made it that time.
What's over there? Well, I can go around.
Where are you?
I'm running back right now. I went back to try to make that jump, and I made it, and then she still fell off like a dummy.
Whee! Nope.
Again? Really?
Where I was. Yeah.
Huh.
Granted, I don't exactly know what we were trying to jump to. I just picked a direction. and
Oh,
then
you
I
just
jumped.
jump to the little... I mean, there's really nothing else to get, so... We can just go back to... where we were. Okay, so that goes there, that goes there. Is this where we came from?
Oh my god.
No, we came from above. The roof's above.
Yeah.
Okay, so... Alright, so where are you? Are you above me now?
No. Hiya! Okay. I made it. I made the jump and then almost just ran right off. But I didn't.
You didn't.
Oh god. Okay. No, we're good.
Okay, I actually think this
And back
is
in the castle.
the correct way to go. Okay, that's good. So, yes.
Hello!
Okay, so go over here real quick so you can get this looties. There is looties in this room. So high above me, so lovely. So high, like Cleopatra, Joan of
That
Arc,
song
and
always reminds me of
Aphrodite.
New Girl.
Alright, hold on. So which way is the other side of this? Remember that drawbridge that we came out to? We can activate it, but I don't remember where the thing is. Okay. Yes, sneak. He definitely can't see you. Okay.
Was I sneaking?
Well sneaky, well nice. Ooh, what's over here? Hello. Snick!
Little
Snick!
Get wrecked.
Okay. Alright, is there anything over here? No, there's something over there, though. Okay. Not that. Okay. Okay. Ooh, a ladder! Where do you go?
Ladder.
A ladder. Okay.
Hi.
Roof. We're on a roof now, but for why? But for why reason? Well, we can jump down here.
Follow. I appreciate it. Fuck this shit. I'm out.
Alright, I think we jump down here.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Oh, there's something right here. Oh, it's just an albinoric blood clot.
Just an albadoric blood
A
clot.
albinoric blood clot.
Albadoric blood clot. Excuse me, I need to kill this man. Oh, now I need to kill this man.
We have to kill
Not these
many men. 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 Okay. There's more men over here. I see him.
You can't hide from me. Get smashed.
Okay, so there's
Smash
a door
everything.
here. Where does this go?
Outside.
Correct.
Yes. I knew it.
Oh, wait,
Oh,
this is the other
We're
side of
back
this.
where we were.
Okay. Oh, we just went in on the roofs. Okay. So then
Yeah.
we go to
That's where the snake was.
here.
Uh-huh.
Wait, this is still circle.
I like how I said that like I know what we're doing.
Yes,
Like,
you know what?
mhm.
You're doing so good though.
I'm following.
Ugh,
I'm very good
I thought we could make
follower.
that jump, but we can't. We have to go around. Stupid.
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 Okay, so we went here. I need the blue juice.
Look at all this blood.
I know, it's a little crazy. What's in here? There's a lady in here.
Not a lady.
Yeah. You see her.
A lady. Oh, I see her. She wants to murder me.
She does. Oh, I'm losing 2 things every time. That's kind of funny.
Don't hurt me.
Oh, she chopped me. I had so many runes too.
Agnes, no.
I had so many runes too.
Hello? Oh, oh,
All right,
oh,
so.
Oh, she's eating me. I'm about to be dead.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh. Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye. Thank you for coming.
My favorite thing.
Okay. I'm back.
Thank you for the applause. Thank you.
I'm back. Oh, she's like out. She's not in the room. So that's kind of convenient. So now I can just simply loot said room that she is no longer in.
Looted.
Do you need a guide back?
No, I'm just. I just need to remove follower notification.
Oh.
Sorry.
You are good. You are good.
I am good.
What is my... Oh, jeez, Lois. Okay.
Yes, I know how to get back.
Oh, why did you untarget after I, like, squared up my aim?
This way.
No, go back. Oh, come on, lady. That's not fair.
She's guarding my...
I'm trying here.
No.
Every single time I have gotten my... Whatchamacallit out, my magic bow out, she dodges. She just goes somewhere else.
No.
I'm trying to get her aggro, but she's not interested in me. There she is. Okay.
I want you hidden in the corner.
Wah! Okay, she is back in this room.
And then fight. Okay, I got my runes, which is good. Cause holy shit, I should have doubling up.
Oh, she's gonna eat me and I'm gonna die.
No, don't hurt my friend.
Too late.
I can't do any damage to her when she's doing
Yeah, when she's eating, you can't. It's okay.
Agnes, no.
Just be careful. I'll come back. Be careful.
Get wrecked. You stay over there. You stay over there where it's safe. No. Dead.
Dead.
Got her.
Nice.
Oh, but there's another one outside. Oh, God.
Oh, no. Oh, she just
respawned!
teleported inside? No, she
Yes.
just, like, teleported. She didn't respawn. I don't know how that happened, but I just watched her, like, fly across the screen. My
But I
runes
just
are in here,
murdered
though.
you. Stay down there. I'll be up here.
Yeah, but my
where it's
runes are in
safe.
here. No.
No, not. Oh, okay.
No. Please. What? She's... Oh, I thought she was going up somehow, but she's not.
Come at me, bitch. Ow. I just
so
got
little
pizza
damage
sliced.
to her.
I got pizza sliced.
It's okay. Ma'am, please, I just want my runes. Please. Nope.
Don't die.
Okay, I'm on the stairs. Ooh.
Good. I'm refusing to stop at the grace so that nothing resets. Despite the fact that I really need to level up.
I know, but I can't risk it.
I know. It's not safe. There's another one.
Is there? Why are there so many in here? I wonder. Okay, well, the one good thing is she can't. Oh, she can do that though. Okay. I was gonna say the good thing is she can't get up the stairs, but she can lift her little blades up.
She was outside somehow.
I do so little damage to her. There we go. Okay.
Got her.
Did you get the medallion up top?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So
I got it the first time I killed her.
Don't need to be here anymore. So we can go this way? Yep.
Whee!
Okay.
Seek fluid intake immediately.
Drink water.
I will.
Water drink. Get hydrated.
Okay.
I will take your bones.
Do we go around on the ground or should we be up on the roofs? Roofs.
But this is where this leads us back to where.
Yeah, but we need to be going to the other side of the drawbridge.
That man has things on him.
This is a loop. Okay. So what did I miss? There's got to be an alternate path somewhere that I missed. Oh, it is storming outside. Holy.
You got yourself a storm?
A storm.
Oh, this makes more sense than what I was trying to do.
Okay, so there's that.
You got you lightning and stuff?
I can hear it's raining very hard and it's very windy. Alright, what am I missing? Like, what am I just not fucking seeing right now? Like, to continue.
So what are we trying to do?
We're trying to get to the other side of the drawbridge from where we first came in. So we can activate it. That's not it. What's down there? I don't think we can make that
about this way? We're going on an adventure.
This way, this way. What's this way? Oh, there's enemies here, so this is clearly the way to go.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, and he killed me? Oh. Okay, sure. That's actually what I meant to do.
I don't even know where you died.
It's okay.
Did you go...
I went back into the room with all those, like, men in cages. And I just went straight.
Oh. Hello?
Hello? Yeah, just be careful because there's, like, bacon men.
Bacon men?
Yeah, you'll see. Men wrapped in bacon.
I see. Hello?
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 Please? I'm innocent.
Are you something I can target? No. Oh, you scared the shit out of me. I was like, ah! Who's next to me?
Who's this? All right,
Ah!
so they're not targetable because they're not technically awake yet.
Ow! 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 No! Don't!
Bacon man.
Do not.
Do not do that thing that you are doing. No, I'm stuck. Nice. Kill.
Get wrecked.
Kill.
Heal like
Kill.
fucking horror movie.
Hey, don't
snuck
do
up
that.
on me.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't scream. Don't draw attention to yourself.
I do like that. That was frightening.
It's usually very frightening. Thunderbolts and lightning. Ooh, is this a grace? Wow. I need to level up bad.
I know, me too.
Like, I have so many runes. Oh my gosh. Alright, let's start pumping into vigor there. But I still have 17k
level
left.
up twice, but I can
I know, I was like,
level
I
up
still have 17k left.
I might be able to trade in some. Yeah, I'm gonna turn in some runes and then level up a second time because
Yeah,
I don't
worth.
trust myself.
Worth. Ah! Ah! Snake! Snake! It's a snake!
Badger, 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 badger.
Mushroom! Mushroom!
Mushroom, mushroom. A badger, badger, badger,
Oh,
badger.
thank you
badger,
for saving
badger.
me from the snake.
Oh, yeah, that. Yeah, you're welcome.
That's totally why I did it. That was my plan.
Certainly, it wasn't just me leveling up the second time.
Right, I need to kill this snake man that's skulking about.
Ow. Ow. Don't. Put your long ass neck away.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
like it.
Look at him.
His neck shouldn't grow like that. It makes me uncomfortable.
It makes me uncomfortable. Explosive great bolt. The bolt is great. Okay, so this is... yeah, this is everything. Okay. Now we continue. Okay. This way.
Deskined. Deskined the ladder. I'm stuck. Okay. I was stuck on the wall.
You live here now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Whee!
I'm left behind.
There's so many sluggoos.
Slorgs.
Sluggoo. Don't roll in the lava, silly goose.
There's so many slorgs.
Just living their slorg life.
Ow.
Hey, hey.
Bitch.
Stop that.
Don't you puke at me? That's very rude.
That's rude, yeah. What is this? Is it worth it? Oh, it's a rune. Is a rune. Hey! Knock that off. That's rude. Don't throw things.
That's rune.
That's ruined. Zoza. Nice, I jumped on this roof that I don't think you're supposed to jump on. Yeah. I jumped on this roof.
What roof?
Or maybe you can jump on this roof. Oh.
Where?
Hold on, where are you? You
I
are,
don't know.
uh,
I'm down.
hi, here, hi.
There's a thing on that roof.
Yeah, and you can kind of do it like this. You come around the corner, and then you kind of just
Ah.
yeah. Get the thing.
Ah.
Ah.
That's not even the roof that I was looking at. I was looking at the roof across the way where there's a dude.
Oh my. More roofs than one.
I know. Who knew that that was a possibility?
Possibility.
Man, the shadows are going absolutely bonkers.
Oh yeah, probably because the fire is also like making shadows and stuff.
The game is like, no.
The game
Have
is
you
very
considered-
confused as to what should be loading and what should not be loading.
Yeah, it's having a real rough time. And there's nothing we can do about it, so it's fine. It's just a rave party every time.
Killed. Got killed.
Ah! Okay. I apparently decided to just become one with the lava.
It's not always the best decision. Go up the stairs. Go up the stairs.
There's a man.
Oh.
Oh, I fell down. Let's, okay. We did great. I don't care about the man anymore.
Yeah, no, we'll definitely fight the man. We're gonna show the man for sure. But which one should we go in, I wonder? Up or this one? Let's try this one. Ready?
Nope. Yep.
Okay. Go. There we go.
Wow. You've got so much blood on you.
Listen, we don't need to talk about that, okay?
You're right. My bad.
We don't need to talk about that.
Hello.
Hi, Key!
It's my turn now.
It's my turn now. Okay, there's a man. Oh, this is the drawbridge. Amazing. We're so amazing.
I'm just gonna let you do that. Oh, he's a large man. Never mind. I thought
Yeah.
he was just a...
No, he's kind of a larger man, for sure. He's a larger dead man.
I thought it was like the smaller mans where I don't contribute anything because
Okay.
you've got range.
That's a boss, so we're not gonna go there. We're gonna go here. And we're gonna do this! Yeah! Yeah! Hooray! Yay!
Oh, cussing.
Cutscene. Sheen cutties.
Get your scene cut.
That's crazy.
You're crazy, girl.
Really, really far? No. No. I would say we're probably a third of the way. Just under
That's what I
half,
was
maybe?
gonna say. I have no concept of time. In general, but also in this game.
Well, Gigi's actually doing pretty well, so it's going a little faster than I normally would have thought. All right, so that room in there is a boss. So I think if we go across the drawbridge, I think there's a grace close by to where the drawbridge is, and then we can just run back.
There's a lady up there with the
There is a lady, and she's guarding a treasure. Yeah, there's a grace right here. Okay, perfect.
Oh yeah, we've died and respawned here so
many times. Yeah, but now the drawbridge is done, so we can just go across. Oh wait, is there anything behind the altar? I didn't even look. Allure? Oh yeah, no, we came from this way. That's right, we came from this way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, being so silly. We look so pretty. We're actually unintentionally twins, which is just very funny.
Antlers.
Antlers.
I just wanted a pretty hat. All I care about in this game is looking cute.
It's called Fashion Souls for a reason. Just saying.
Fashion.
Fashion. Lights.
Fashion.
Flash. Okay, we ready? Do this. And then do this.
Jelly.
Okay. I will spawn him in. Hello, fat man. His music is right. That's weird. Oh my gosh, I'm stuck on the fat man.
Okay, I don't like that.
Nice. Can you put your fire away, please?
Ooh, ouchie. Oh no.
Oh no is right.
I got stabbed. Oh, it's this guy.
Yeah, it is this guy.
You could defeat the Michelin Man. Clearly not on the first try, because I didn't know he was gonna stab me. Although I should have, because he's got a big ass sword. Feels a little self-explanatory.
Just trying to do the pull trick
Don't
and it
keep
didn't
running.
quite work. Oh, son of a bitch.
No! Damn. And a big ass in general.
Ass,
Fair.
ass, 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 ass.
Ass.
It's okay, the run back isn't too bad.
No, it's just right there.
Yeah. It's just right there. It's just right
Gotta
there,
make
chat.
sure we get our runs.
It's just right there, chat. It's just right there.
It's
It's just right there.
No, don't even have to worry about it.
Don't even have to worry, it's just right there.
It's just right there. Runs.
Oh my god, runes.
Oh my god, runes.
Oh my god, runes.
Let's get some runes.
Oh my
These
gosh.
runes are $300.
These runes were 300 runes.
These runes are $300 fucking dollars. Let's get them.
Let's get them. Right, flask. Okay, flask. Go. Get my jelly ready. I'll load in, and I'm gonna drop my jelly. Okay.
Was your flask a shield?
Yeah. It's the opaline bubble tier. You should have it too. It's one completely free hit. That won't get you killed.
Hello, sir. Not.
Which I just took instead of healing properly. Nice. I love that for me. No. Oh my god. I had to get out of the table.
Out for you.
Okay.
Don't stab me, you little whore.
Well, he's poisoned, so that's good. Ooh,
Oh,
I got get it. Yay!
It's safe.
Ooh, and you got a bleed. So extra dammies. He's gonna smash. There we go. Okay, don't do that, please. No, please, please, please. No, please, please, please. What am I fucking I can't, I think I'm inside of him. I literally can't move.
Oh. You do not get to swish your little weird ass tail at me.
Nice.
Stab. Nope. No stabbed. How dare you? How actual dare you? Nope.
And the jellyfish got
Oh,
the last
hell
hit. And I don't even
Darn.
care. Oh my gosh, that's 50k runes.
That's so many. We can level up.
That's quite many runes.
That's at least 3.
No, not for me. There's only 2 for me, Satch.
Huh?
There's only 2 for me. There's only 2 levels for me. I still have 17k.
Oh, I had leveled up twice before I turned in runes, so I could level up twice. So I can do 2. Barely. Do you need to be stronger?
We are gamers, chat. That's what you call
Pro
gaming.
gamers. I don't know if you've heard of it, but they call it gaming. And it's when you're a gamer.
Sorry guys, this might not be the ideal form, but this is what a gamer looks like.
Where are you?
Oh, I'm here. I'm not the ghost.
Okay. I could see your icon, but I couldn't find you. Ooh, serpents. Amnyang.
Mm-hmm. Oh wait, let me see what we have to do for Raya, because I think that's something. Okay, let me look. Once you've defeated the Godskin Noble, you can pick up the serpent yum yum. Okay. Return to Raya and speak to her again, and she'll be back to her human form. Okay. And then we have to do the second Volcano Manor assassination. Okay, so
just went boudin?
maybe my phone.
Sorry.
Oh.
I'm easily distracted.
I went back to Volcano Manor, by the way.
Okay.
Okay, so now she should be back to human form, they say? Hello? She is. Hello.
My serpentine form, and then
I don't know what that sound was.
Now I share the secrets with you. Please keep them safe. My serpent was secret. Now I share.
Okay.
Keep them.
That's it? What?
I feel like
You can speak to her again.
Is there a I don't have a map for this area.
No, we
Should there
haven't
be
picked it up yet. We can go grab it. It's literally right outside the front door of the mansion. We can go grab it really quick.
Yeah.
Here's a plan, please. The one that I left worthy the greats.
Hello.
Hello.
A door.
Thank you for doing your daily duty.
A duty.
Duty.
Recuse
Carnal. Learn some skills. Okay. So now we have to go do the next assassination quest. Oh no, we're gonna go with the map. I lied. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Buy some stuff.
Hello. What a treasure! Sure, but patches.
It's kind of cool.
Cheers for that. Not open from this side.
Assassin's Gambit.
Okay. Well, Assassin's Gambit, a lot of people use that in speed running.
It kind of looks cool. I'm afraid to buy it.
It's an Ash of War though, so it means you'll have to take it off one of your other ones.
Yeah, that's okay.
It only rhymes for word count. Why are you hating on Frosty? Frosty's trying their best, okay? Not everyone's a lyrical genius.
Okay. Hello.
Hello, we're going this way. We're going to the 2. I just whistled when I said 2 somehow, which is not normally a word that makes you whistle. Strange. Is there anything on these? Nothing.
Just stuff to smash, which is also important.
It is important. Oh, I see you that time. Bish. You can't hide from me.
Get dead.
Okay. Now we focus on the giant man.
Oh, there's another man.
Ah! Step on me. No, I said don't step on me. Okay, he got frost. That's nice.
Now I can.
Cool.
Yeah.
Apparently, if you stand between his legs, he literally can't hit you with that attack.
Huh? Well, it's because he's spewing the fire forward.
Oh, it's below. Okay, so I think we literally just go on torrent and we go around a little bit.
Okay.
It looks like. We just have to find the safe descent down. Which is, it looks like right here, actually. Yay! Wait, did we get this seed? We did. We did get this seed.
Yes.
Because we struggled for 20 years with this beetle.
Huh. But we got it.
We
And by
did
we, I mean-
get it. Ah, those are hands. I saw the fingernails too late. Okay, we got one. There's another right here.
At least
Here.
it's a baby hand.
Yeah. I'm okay with the baby ones.
It's a small hand.
A small one.
Little tiny one.
It's just a little bugger. Oh, they just like all stood up. Okay.
Dragon wound.
Is this a jump we can make? I think so. Yeah.
Big hand.
Big hand. Oh, big hand.
Oh.
Ah! Rude.
Ow. Don't do
Got
that.
the math though. Oh. I just got manhandled.
Hand mandled.
Hand mandled.
Hey, Ferret.
Ah!
Hey, Ferret. Hey, Ferret. What? I died.
Come on.
Do you need a hand? Boo!
God
How
damn.
dare you?
We're running in place.
To get out of here, we go this way.
Wait,
Yes.
is there?
Okay.
Why is there? Oh. Like possibly.
Unacceptable.
Oh, there was a Grace! Yay! And it's right next to where you died, so I would just come over here.
Good.
Yeah.
Oh, right there.
Yeah.
Road of Iniquity?
I didn't sit at it, so it wouldn't respawn, so yeah.
I see.
Yeah, I don't want everything to respawn.
Oh, yeah. No, I was just asking if that was the name of it.
Yes, it is. It is. It is.
Yes. Tease.
You have to.
Indubitably.
Unfortunately, you have to sit at them to see what they are called, and I did not want to sit.
I understand.
Otherwise, it just goes Grace discovered.
Disc covered.
Disc covered.
Go get our shit. All the way back over here.
Yeah, but it's much closer than running through.
Yeah. Ah! Why? Why?
Why what? Why what?
Why did you respawn? No! Don't!
We shouldn't have respawned. We didn't sit.
Damn it! Oh, for fuck's sake.
Okay, I'm coming back. I'm coming back. Oh no, you're already dead. He shouldn't have respawned. Neither of us sat.
I don't know. It was very fast. I wasn't expecting him, and I was trying to run away, but he was faster than me, and then I couldn't heal because he was faster than me, and then I died. Avenge me!
I'm going to try.
I'm right here.
If I just keep interrupting the little whatchamacallit, then he can't do it. It like
Got
interrupting
him.
the laser.
Fucking laser.
Fucking
It
laser.
must have been one that didn't show up the
Because
first
yeah,
time.
everything else is still dead.
Yeah. And there was a smithing stone that I looted from his dead body, so who knows?
Who knows indeed.
Not I, said the fly. What is this thing moving?
This is a worm face. And he will spit on you.
Oh my god!
See?
I don't like it.
Yeah, I don't like it either. And
Ah!
he spits at. Oh no! I am passed away. I am passed away, unfortunately.
I am getting eaten.
Unfortunately, I am deceased.
I am not dead!
Yay!
Oh, now I am dead. How did
Oh.
I die?
The death blight? Was that what got you? Let me see
I
your
don't know.
thing. Yeah, I think you got death blighted, but for some reason it didn't show on the screen. Because, yeah, the stuff he spits is, like, a build-up. But instead of being, like, poison, where it'll, like, a little bit at a time, if your death blight goes completely full, it's an insta-death. So you never want your bar to get completely full of the black status effect, the death blight status effect.
Gotti.
His is a insta-death.
A larval tier.
Insta-death. Oh, this is a tree.
Okay.
There's going to be a tree spirit here.
A true spirit.
Are you prepared?
As prepared
Oh,
as
hold
one
on.
could
I might be too close to leveling. Let me see.
Oh, sure.
Oh, I need 4,200 more.
I'm sure you've got wounds for that.
Okay, here's the tree spirit.
Oh, he looks different than the other one.
Yeah, he's like infected, basically.
I don't like it.
Yeah, I don't like them either. They're not my favorite bosses.
I was just trying to get my jelly out. Don't hurt me.
It's very fast, which is kind of annoying. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay, well, he's poisoned, so that's nice. Can I get some freezies on you?
Where's
Okay,
your
I got freezies. Nice. He's gonna blow up. He's gonna blow up. I didn't get a pat away. Could be misinterpreted out of context. Yeah, pretty much everything I say can. You're so close, Gigi. You got this.
Okay, he's focused on the jelly. Oh, the jelly's dead.
Okay, it's okay. It's okay, it's okay. Nice dodges, nice dodges. Dodges.
Don't. I'm in his...
Yeah.
Why do you keep eating me today? That's so rude.
Back up out of there and dot and okay, there you go. Hi Hui, welcome in. How are you? You're doing okay. You're doing good. You're doing good. Okay. Nice, nice, nice. Get closer to him so you can get out of the fire. There you go. Nice. Good job. Good job. Good job. He's gonna blow up.
And I am dead.
I said it. I said it too slow.
It's okay. It's okay. We were almost there.
You
it's okay.
did so good.
I dodged some things.
You did some good dodging. I'm very proud. You did very good dodging there.
Thank you. I tried my best.
You did. You did so good.
The redesign for Groot doesn't look very appealing. I am. Oh, you're floating.
I'm on my horse. Okay.
Oh, okay. I was like, what's happening? You'd think I would know by now.
I know. If I'm like in the air squatting, like I'm taking a dump, I'm on my horse.
Very specifically.
Okay. Let's get here. Let's get here. And then let's go get my runes really very, very quickly, please. Thank
My
you.
runes are under him.
It's okay. I'm gonna try to bring him out. There we go. There we go. Okay.
Runes get.
Okay, apparently that missed completely. Thank you so much for that.
Runes going right for the jelly. Oh, and me.
Yeah, he does not want to be poisoned this time.
He learned.
Oh, shit.
Well, that didn't go well. I did not dodge well that time. He's got a very large existence.
Yeah, his hitbox is a little big. You were just like big chillin' until I came over here, my guy. I died.
We did much better the first time.
Oh yeah.
It's okay. We could do it. I believe in us.
I believe.
I believe.
I'm good, Huey. I'm good. It's good to see you. I hope that you've been well in your absence.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Are you still there?
Nope. I have left. I've abandoned all hope.
Ye who enter here.
Mm-hmm. It is me entering here.
Abandoning all of the hope.
Abandoning all of my hopes.
There you are.
Where are my runes this time? Good sir? Oh no. Oh no, I don't see my runes. Oh, there they are. Oh, this is dangerous. Oh my god, this is so dangerous. Okay.
Runes
I got him.
are right.
I got him. I got him. Got him. I got my runes. I'm stuck on the thing. I'm so many stuck.
My runes are under him.
Okay.
Oh dear God, don't look
Okay.
at me, don't look at me, don't look at me. Okay, you can look at me
Ah! Yep, I knew that was, I knew. Bad. I knew it was bad.
Keep your little tail to yourself, sir. Nope, did not successfully dodge that one.
Okay, I need to get off my horse. This is dangerous.
So bulbous.
He's kind of bulbous. What's, oh, shit. Oh,
Don't die!
stunned him out of it, but I still got the explosion somehow.
Come back.
Nice.
No.
Okay, slime.
No.
There you go. Nice, nice, nice dodges, nice dodges.
Don't hit me. Don't
Oh.
hurt me. I'm a baby. I am baby!
You're doing good, you're doing good, you're doing good. Okay.
Oh no. Don't hurt me. I need to heal.
Nice dodge. Okay. Spit in the tail, dodge. The nice dodge, nice dodge.
Get wrecked.
Good job.
bitch.
Get out of there, get out of there.
Drag. Ugh. Don't hurt me. I'm a baby.
He's gonna do the swing.
Gonna do some
Okay. Just be careful.
like what
Okay,
he's doing.
okay. You got it. Oh, don't go in the fire. Ugh. Okay, he's gonna do the mouth. Yep, okay.
Second
Get
wall,
underneath
second
him.
wall.
If you can get under him, there you go. At least where it's safe. There you go. There you go. Get out of there. You did it. You did it.
Is he dead?
You did it.
I'm murdered!
Good job. Good
Oh my
job. You did it. All right, you gotta go to a grace though and revive me.
Oh, right. Is there one here?
I don't think so. I don't see
I'll
one.
go back.
But yeah, just hop on your horse and run back. Good job, Gigi. Those were some clean dodges too, guys.
I was so scared.
Good job. I'm very proud. That's a good job.
I was frightened. I was frightened for
You
my
did.
life.
You did great. You really did. There's the grace right there. Right there. Right there. There you go. You did it! That was great. That was great. Excellent dodges.
Thank you. I did my best.
You did very good. You did very good. I got to go get my runes though, so I will be right back.
I'll go too, because I don't know if there's anything else to loot over there.
Oh yeah, true. I don't know what's at the tree.
I was frightened.
You did so good. Okay, here's tree. Minor Erd tree. Do you have any loot tree?
Did you get your wounds?
I did. Got my wounds. There's no loot behind this tree, unfortunately.
That is ridiculous.
Unfortunately.
No, arrows. Ooh.
Get wrecked. Okay.
I talked to the kitchen, saw that your oven top was still a mess. Was like, how did it get dirty? I just cleaned it. No, Andy, you sprayed it with cleaner and forgot to wipe it off. No! The worst.
Okay, where is our next murder target? Is it over here? Murder target. No, that's the gate. I don't see the next target. Or do we have to go back to Volcano Manor and get another letter? Let's try that. Let's go to Volcano Manor.
Sorry,
oh yeah,
I just got a sports update.
Oh, you're good.
Because both of the sports here were on game 7 tonight.
Wow, that's so many. I would like to take a little biology break though, if that's cool with you.
That sounds great. Where did you travel to?
Volcano Manor.
Okay. Like a 5-minute?
Yeah, like a little 5-er. We're gonna take a little bio break, a little go piss girl.
We'll be right back.
Okay, BRB chat. I am back. I think I am back before Gigi, which is totes my goats fine.
I am also back.
Oh,
I was
nice.
just
Perfect timing.
getting back together.
The maidens.
The maidens returned.
It's
Instant suffering!
Two muffins are sitting in the oven. Oh, okay, I already know that joke. I don't need to read it. It's only a murder of crows if there's probable cause. Get it? Because they go caw. Okay, so where's my next? I'm at Volcano Manor.
Did you go upstairs?
No, I went to go see if there was another letter for our next target, but there's not. So I don't know what to do. Oh, okay.
Never forget. The
Magma.
way is tainted. It is the truth.
So do I talk to her again and she will give me another one?
Now
No? Okay. Do I fucking rest? They're just teapots flying everywhere? Sari stole your... Yeah, that's
Oh,
right.
no.
You did tell that joke. I forgot. There is another letter. Perfect. Okay. So now...
Oh no, it was prepared for me. I'm sorry, Barrett.
we go... Wow, how the hell? How the hell do we get there?
How do we get here?
And let me check to make sure we can do our second one. Sorry guys, I know this is like unheard of, but I've never done this quest and I don't know how to do it right. Okay. Alright. Turn to Raya and speak to her again. She'll be in a human form. After you've completed the second assassination, you can speak to Raya again. You'll have the option here to tell her the truth about the Volcano Manor. Okay, so we have to defeat the second guy, but I don't know how to get here. Because they can't even.
To where? To here?
Do you see the red dot on the map?
Descending gate?
No, it's to the north.
Oh, yeah.
Says
No.
mana request, what?
You said to the north?
Yeah, I can see it on your map.
Am I blind?
You might be
Oh,
blind.
I see it. It blended it in, okay?
Yeah, so that's where we have to go, but like I don't think I know how to get there. If I'm
Can we
being
get
honest.
This, like, valley?
That's what I'm thinking. Like, do we have to go from there? So should we go to Lux Ruins? I guess, or we can go to Erdtree Gazing Hill, I guess, and try to go north from there. But I honestly, like I've never done this girl's quest. I don't know.
Something new.
Something new and different. I didn't think it was possible. Okay, so... Yeah, you might be right. We might be able to go through this valley. I'm not sure how far it goes, though.
We'll find out.
Probable cause would lead to pre-meditation, perhaps a harsher charge. I don't know why I said chaws. Chaws.
So many crabs.
Yeah, but they're baby crabs. They're fine. Baby crabs are fine.
Probable cause. Like this.
Caw. Caw. Oh, a silver. Hello. No, wait, no, don't switch targets. Don't switch targets. Okay, good. Bloodblade. Ooh, try that one maybe. Oh, that one might still hurt you. Maybe not. We'll see.
It was kind of cool. Ow.
Yeah, Rivers of Blood, the sword, does not hurt you when you use it, which is nice. I can't read good. I can't read good. What's the full name of Austin Powers' school? It's like something for the Austin Powers something school for kids who can't read good.
Oh, it's Zoolander.
That's what what did I say? Austin Powers? I meant Zoolander, yeah. Oh.
Hello.
I really don't know why I said Austin Powers. Brain just went...
The
Apparently.
ghost man on a horse.
Yeah, I killed him. Nice. Dude, having blood and cold together is like super sweet. Okay, so where the hell is it up? Is it up? Okay, let's kill this giant. Oh, I see a fog wall ahead. Like a
You got
white
a
one, not
spear
a
in
blue or yellow
here.
one. Oh, come on. It switched my target to this dude. Bullshit. Okay, thank you. How can we help the children learn to read if they couldn't even fit in the building? What is this, a school for ants? I'm so baffled that my mouth said Austin Powers. Like, I love Zoolander. Like, why did my mouth say Austin Powers when my brain, like, I even knew it was like Ben Stiller? Like, I don't know what happened there.
For some reason my sword
We knew it,
got
but what happened between the connection between my mouth and my brain there? Like, what happened? What? Ooh, I can level.
I did not because I couldn't figure out why my sword wasn't equipped. It's fine now.
Weird. Oh, I don't have.
Just, like,
Do you have
going to
two
my-
stone sword keys? You have to have two, which I don't.
Yes.
You do, yes. What is this? Old Altus Tunnel. Well, I'm only gonna go in here to level up, but I think we have to go back out after. Over the stove and eating it. Hey. Ugh.
That sounds great.
I know. I was about to say stuffed peppers sound really, really good right now.
Honestly, any food does. I don't think I ate.
Well, I ate earlier, but it does sound good.
I don't think I have anything to
Level up. Okay,
Level up,
so,
level
oh my gosh, I'm so close to another one already. I need 11,000 more. Wait, hold on. Let me see. If I have 11,000 worth of runes here. Okay, what are these? 2,500, 38. So if I use 2 of these, and then that should be enough.
So if there's nothing
It is,
on
yes.
it, does that mean that it's basically the same?
What do you mean when you say there's nothing on it?
So I'm looking at the new,
Right, I see on your stream. Mm-hmm.
so like it's not giving me any like stat differences.
So it's okay, so see right there where it says no, in the middle one. Look at the middle one.
Uh-huh.
Just waiting for your stream to catch up so I can do it at the same time as you. Okay, so see how it says Uchi Katana / Pierce Unsheath. That's what the attack is, okay? So if you go to the other one, it's Blood Blade, so it will change the attack that it's doing. And it looks like the scaling might be... Oh no, it's the same
But I
scaling.
don't have
But you don't have what?
unsheath.
No, that's what it's making the Ash of War unsheath on that. It's like it's weird. It's a different version of unsheath basically. Pikachu in chat. It's okay. I think I'm pretty sure I have one. Trying to help Gigi. So I mean, you can always do it and put it back. Like it's not something that you'll lose.
Yeah, I don't know if it's actually going to be helpful or not.
Yeah, so I would just put it on and then try it for a couple times in here.
Okay.
If you don't like it. Because it's the same blood loss buildup. It's still 68, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Blood.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I just don't understand how it works.
It's okay. It's okay. So yeah, so now try your... Nope. Nope.
Could you...
There you go. So does that hurt you? It looks like it hurts you a little bit.
Yeah, just a smidge.
So, but can you like stack them? Like, can you do like a couple? Ooh.
It doesn't hurt me each time. It only hurts me the one time.
That might not be bad. We can run that one for a little bit if you want to play with it, and you can always switch the other one back.
Yeah, let's see how it goes.
Okay. We don't need to be down here. I just wanted to level up. Okay. Oop, I just jumped off. Alright, we need to go find that dude. Then we're going to kill him. We're going to go back and see what she says. Okay, everyone's back, but I think if we just kind of like boop right here. Whee.
Up.
No, we're just going around. But I just didn't want to aggro those giants.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to see if we could climb up.
Oh yeah, see this is where I was wondering. Alright, so looks like maybe here?
Where?
Here.
Oh.
Ooh. What's this?
What you got?
A wound!
A wound?
A wound! Oh yeah, there's definitely a spirit spring right here. Okay, nice. Torrent!
Okay, got it. We got there.
Okay, now over here somewhere? There's another spirit spring there. But it says that it's like here. Wait, is he below? Do we not need to be above? I don't see. Where like I don't see it.
I'll go explore.
Okay.
Yeah, it's down here.
Okay.
Oh, we could have just kept going through.
Oh, it's okay. I just landed in a tree, which apparently saved me. Okay,
Nice.
cool. What is... Hey, stop doing that. Stop doing that. All right, are we ready?
Yes. I need to heal first. Okay.
Okay. Riley the Idol.
Riley.
Yeah, they put a bill into effect in Tennessee, making it illegal yet again, which is like the third time that they've done that since like I've started working here. Oh, okay. Wow. Okay. She's apparently very fast. So now we're gonna have to do the same thing that we did the last 100 times they did it, and we'll have to. Why? Oh my gosh. Again, with the not doing the attack.
Oh shit, this is fucking dope!
Oh my god.
Yes.
Holy shit, you did not even give them a chance.
That was rad as fuck!
Oh my god.
I am unstoppable!
Oh my god, holy.
Holy
Pow,
moly!
pow. You just like stun locked them and just giving them blood loss. Love how excited Gigi is. This is amazing and good for yo. Crepus is vile.
I'm excited.
Oh my. Alright, do I have runes? Do you not die when you do that? Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, no, that's the same thing that happened to me with the last
So
guy.
what?
All my wounds.
Okay, so like where does this go then? Oh, it literally just goes what back into the plateau. Oh no, this is the is this the shaded castle? Is that what this is called? I don't remember.
The shitty castle.
The shaded castle? Shitty castle? It is shitty though, it's all poison here, so don't forget to get on your horse.
Everything is shaded for me.
Everything. Oh yeah, that's true. What are you? Are you worth all these little buggers? It's a golden rune.
Do like a golden rune.
We do like some runes, it's true.
Runes.
Where's the entrance? Is it way over the other side?
Oh, it's an angry flower.
Yeah, her name is
Oh my god,
Miranda.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
What is this? There's a man here. Oh, who? Wait, didn't I just fight you? Wait, didn't we just fight this person?
I don't think so. It doesn't look familiar to
Oh no,
me.
we did. We fought Riley.
Oh, this man. I thought you were talking about the big man.
Oh my gosh, Gigi is just unstoppable against NPCs because she can just fucking stun lock them. Insane. Holy shit.
But I
Just
don't care.
Unstoppable against fucking NPCs now.
Okay, that was quite the reach you've got there, sir.
Okay, okay, we don't need to be doing all that. Chill, chill, chill.
Was he already dead?
No.
I was like, shit. Hello, sir. Would you like some bleed?
No, yeah, I don't know how well that does against these guys.
Good.
They have to be
I was gonna-
bleedable for that to really do a lot of damage.
I'm gonna keep trying.
And he's like
Oh,
rock.
no.
I mean, no, it definitely works. And this is another one that's like the more you have arcane, like the higher the damage will be. Can you? Now it's dead. Nice.
I was going for his Achilles.
Oh my gosh. I cannot believe how crazy that weapon is against NPCs. Just stun locking them like that is ridiculous.
So happy.
Oh my gosh. My fellow
Hello, my
buttons.
fellow
Hello, my fellow buttons.
Well, that is death. Maybe I shouldn't go that
Oh
way.
yeah, no, be careful. Okay, so Shaded Castle isn't Briar the boss in here? All right, we can go back. We can finish going into this castle, or we can go back to Volcano Manor and do the next part of what's her name's quest.
I'm good with either one, but I know that you're excited to finish her quest.
All right. I will half compromise. Let's get the first Grace inside of here so we can come back. And
That sounds
then go back to Volcano Manor.
Porf.
Because I don't want to have to climb through here again. Wait, wait, be careful. Do not fall. Where's the entrance? There's supposed to be...
This is the castle.
Why am I not seeing? Is the entrance? There's supposed to be a place that you can jump from the side.
Is it here?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, no horse.
Yeah, no, they say no horse here. No horse for you.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I'll let you murder. Go ahead.
No, that's okay.
There's so many to murder.
Ah, a man!
No, no, he's biting me.
Do not.
Oh, the flower. Careful.
And place it. I just need to remember that if I do that, it uses whatever the blue stuff
Yeah, and your health. So yours is technically using both.
is. Yeah. But that's okay. Oh, shit.
Alright, Miranda, chill out, dude. These Miranda flowers are pissed off.
So angry. Sir.
Oh, I can't.
Ow,
I
ow.
was trying, but I can't help you.
I didn't realize I was dead. Okay. I don't know when I died.
When he bit you.
I knew that, but I didn't know when I was like low health enough for it to be murdered.
Oh no.
Oh shit. Okay.
Oh no, where are you? Okay. Alright, you have to take the elevator back up because you can't teleport out of caves, but we can leave here. I was trying to get the grace, but it's a little harder than I thought.
Lever. Oh, there it is.
No, I don't.
I couldn't find the lever. I was like, am I trapped here forever?
Yes. You are. Alright, I need to find a grace. I need to find a grace. I need to find a grace. There are 2 graces in this castle. That I know.
Grace, grace, grace.
Don't touch me. Thank you.
I'm coming.
It's okay. I'm running. What the f- Why can I just like literally not remember where the hell to go? Okay, so there's a
My
ladder
poor
there. I
game
see
is
it.
having the hardest time.
Okay, where does this go? Please be a grace. Please be a grace so I can leave. Oh my god.
There's a lot of creepy shit. I don't think this is where I'm supposed to be right now. Scarlet Rot.
You have Scarlet
Oh my God.
Rot?
Yeah.
Icky. Oh, this is a door.
Hello?
Is there a grace in here? No, it's just a chest. No, I was debated. No. No, I thought there would be a grace in there. Sad.
Did you die?
Yes. I got debated into what I thought would have a grace, and then, yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Hi, Ray. Welcome back. Ray, we've done, like, so many murders. Gigi got a new weapon art for her katana, and she's, like, a beast now. It's, like, ridiculous.
Whee! Oop. Well, he's down there now. I don't like this place.
Yeah, we should just leave. Because I apparently do not remember where the fuck the graces are. I know there's 2 graces in that place, and I'm like, I don't know where they are.
Is it possible to go through here without getting fucking poisoned immediately?
If you have, like, poison resistance stuff, you could do it. But no, pretty much, like, it's just poison hell. Yeah, it's like a thing in, like, the Souls games, like the FromSoft games, where, oh look, I fucking see the grace.
Oh no.
I'm so annoyed. Look at it, look at chat. Do you see it? It's right there. It's right between my antlers. Do you see it? How the I'm so annoyed. Okay. I'm sorry, I got interrupted by my own train of thought. It's like a thing in, like, the FromSoft, like, Souls games, that they all have poison swamps. Wait, there's a stake of Merrick. Oh, okay, not anymore. Okay, cool. That's cool. Crabs, yep. And dogs. There will also be murder dogs.
Thank you. Thank you, Ferret, for reminding me to heal. I just need this Scarlet Rot to go away so I can stop dying all the time.
Yeah. Welcome. To Scarlet Rot. Welcome to Jurassic Park. But it's Scarlet Rot. No, I don't want any of that. No, thank you.
Look at all these fucking dudes. How do I get out from being down here? I don't want to be down here anymore.
I don't know anything. I'm just running.
Okay.
Okay, so this is not the answer.
I don't
No,
want
no,
Don't ring your little bells.
Okay, heal. I've got to get they're like over more. No.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so it's clearly not here. Is it back up? No, I'm gonna go this way. Go over here, go over here,
Okay.
go over here, go over here. Okay, now where does this go? What? Just
Don't
one of
spend
us
your
needs to
poison.
touch a grace so we can like literally never come back here again.
That sounds great.
Come on, please.
However.
What? A basilisk just came out of nowhere.
Ah! Leave me alone.
Get out of the death light.
a
Oh
ladder.
my gosh.
The ladder feels good. I did it! I touched it.
Oh my gosh, good job. And I only had 500 runes of that I don't give a fuck about, so we can leave here.
Okay. Back to
Because
the
I hate it. Yeah, Volcano Manor.
Okay.
I just have to wait for the elevator.
Mm-hmm,
You can't fast travel out of caves or graves or tunnels or anything underground that you haven't defeated yet.
That's dumb.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it's nice because you can fast travel back to them, but...
Yeah. I mean, I guess I understand or
I
whatever.
guess.
The next couple
I
lines.
guess.
Every time I say the word tunnel. Through the mountains.
Secret.
Tunnel. Right, now, let's see. Snake Lady, hello?
My secrets. Now I
Snake
share, please
lady?
keep them safe. My secret.
Okay,
now I share,
no.
please keep them safe.
Hold on, what? What is, what?
She's not.
Turn to Raya, back. Okay, after you complete the second, you can speak to her again. You'll have the option here to tell her the truth about Volcano Manor and give her the Amnion. Okay, what? Do we have to rest or something first? I mean,
Have
we
the
just
Amnion?
we just teleported here, so I don't know why we would have to rest. Yeah, I picked up the thingy.
Num.
My
The nyum
secret.
nyum?
Now I share,
Num,
please
num, num.
keep them
Yeah, okay, she's not telling me. What? Okay, hold on. Go to Tanith and speak to her about her troubles. Rest to speak of grace, sight of grace. But we haven't given her the Amnion yet, right?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's right here. Why? We only... Okay, so... Alright. Turn to Raya, speak to... Okay, after you've completed the second assassination, you can speak to Raya again. You'll have the option here to tell her the truth about Volcano Manor. We just did the second one. Do I have to talk to Tanith? Do I have to talk to you? Ooh, the Serpent Bow Blade. Ooh, that's a good katana. It does lightning and ice damage, I think.
Ooh.
Okay, so now, since I've technically turned it into Tanith, does it count? Let's see. A lot of running around, I know, I'm sorry.
My surplus
There we go.
secrets.
Okay.
Now I share the secret. Please keep them.
No,
My
it's
surplus
not?
secret. Now I share. Please keep them.
Oh, because
Why?
I haven't leveled it up. Interesting.
Why?
It does poison. It causes poison.
Oh, maybe I'm thinking of a different dragon something something katana.
A secret now I share. Please keep them.
Okay, so is her quest already broken? Like, that was the second quest.
If you cannot,
That was... All right, I'm getting annoyed. I'm reading this right. Okay. Once you defeated the Godskin Noble, you can pick up the Serpent's Amnion. Okay. Return to Raya and speak to her again. She's back to her human form. After you've completed the second assassination for Volcano Manor, you can speak to Raya again. You'll have the option here to tell her the truth about Volcano Manor and give her the Serpent's Amnion. Go to Tanith and speak to her about Zoraya's troubles. Rest of the Site of Grace, then speak to Tanith again about Zoraya's absence. Okay, so, like, already... That's what we did. We just finished the second.
cannot.
Mm-hmm. Sure did.
And she's not changing anything.
A secret now I share. Please
Do we need to rest again?
Can you say anything to her? Does she talk to you?
No, I don't have any talk.
If you rest, you don't have any talk?
I can try though. Peak reading, important story progression, lore, GG smash. Listen, I have a purpose. And that purpose is smash. I didn't rest. I just discovered it, even though it had already been discovered.
That's so fun. That's weird. Okay.
I have rested.
If you cannot,
It's Saturday, which means it's Saturday. Oh my god, it's true. I didn't know.
Did she say anything to you? Or you just came right and smashed?
Uh-huh. I know I can trust you.
Is she gonna tell you?
Saw something slithering.
My sad were secret now I share. Please keep them.
A serpent.
She's doing it for you. What the heck?
Maybe I should have had you talk first.
But no, I'm talking to her right now and it's the same thing.
Now I share. Please keep them.
Would you like me to tell her of the dark side of Volcano Manor?
Yes. Should we separate and try to do this?
Maybe. I can try. Give serpents
Yeah. I'm reading the subtitles. I was born in this. That's weird.
Gross.
I wish I could hear
My
it
sad
though.
were secret now I share. Please keep them.
I want to know how I was born. Does that help? This time from the bottom of my heart.
There's one girl and she goes, "I'm nothing but a craven." And I'm always, every time she says it, I always say it with her. "I'm nothing but a craven.
A craven?
My sad
I'm
were
nothing but a
secret now I share.
craven."
Please keep them
All right, let's
safe
separate real
from
quick
anyone
and
else.
see if she'll let me do it. I think if I do it, it'll just kick you.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, nope. Oh, yep.
Get out of here.
Oh no.
Get out of my swamp.
My swamp.
Oh, I had to like fast travel back to Volcano Manor? Weird.
Yeah, I had to also. That's weird.
All right, let's rest. Okay.
Get rested. Get rested. Get
Raya. Talk to me, baby. She's gone.
gone?
Let me see. Hello?
If it cannot,
Zoria's. Oh, okay. So, but it's progressed it for me, so I don't know why.
I should have
Well, that's
known
good at
so.
least.
Okay.
Let some think about it. What matters one.
So I will
Zoraya
rejoin
said
you.
Some things up. No, and she has no scout. Has she gone off?
Okay,
Why
she's
would
going off
she
her answers. Why wants to she listen? All right. Yeah, I haven't reopened it. Hold on, because I'm just talking to her.
have her drink to purge.
Tonic of forgetfulness.
My
Okay.
wish no different than the earth. I've no choice. My wish is it. I've no choice.
Wait, does
Okay.
that mean that I won't
My
get the
wish
stuff
is to
if I'm not there?
grave disrespect. What?
If I'm not there, will I not get the stuff for it?
You can probably still talk to her.
Okay.
Okay, it's open. That's so weird that like I couldn't do it, I couldn't hear it, but it still progressed the story. Weird. There you go. Yeah, finish yours. There you go. There you go. And then rejoin. Yeah. Perf.
Do you have more?
Yeah, just keep talking to her. Always talk to them until they run out of shit to say.
No scouting duties.
It's the rules. Alright, I can do one more spell, it says. Magma shot. Let's do that one. Let's try it. It's a spell, right? Yeah.
Got it.
Ooh, I can use this now. Nice. I want this instead.
Okay.
I forgot I can use it now because I level so
I'm gonna
many
rest.
levels.
And then I'ma join you.
So you got the tonic of forgetfulness?
Yeah.
Okay, perf. Perfect.
Okay. I join.
You're joining, yay!
Joining.
Okay, so let me look up the next step.
Okay.
As to the site of grace and speak to Tanith against her absence, she'll give you a ton of... Okay. To find Raya next, you need to go to the temple, take the lift up to the top floor, then walk out into the balcony. Look to the right. As you make your way in the balcony, you find a ledge to jump down. There's a path you can take. Up to follow this to the objective version. In the distance, you should spot an archway. Cross a lava river. Oh, so it's kind of on the way to Rykard-ish? Okay. Oh, you're here. Okay. Alright, so pull up your map and go to Sites of Grace, and then you're going to the Temple of Egglay. Egglay.
Where's that?
Right in the middle. You were just looking at it. It's under Volcano Manor, which has its own tab, remember?
Yeah. Oh, I didn't realize it was in Volcano Manor.
Yeah,
My
yeah.
bad.
We're doing a whole Volcano Manor tour today.
Delightful.
And hopefully we will end by killing the snake.
Love
That's
it.
not her snake. A different... Ah, where'd you go?
I didn't realize that was happening.
I'll send it back down.
Ah!
Oh my
I was just running.
gosh.
I was just going in circles because I'm impatient.
Oh, that was so funny. You just like ran just right on over it.
Bye! What a dingus.
I tire of this place. Goodbye. What's
I almost
this?
just took the elevator.
Ooh, that's a
back
big
down.
old rune. Okay.
Me. I'm the dingus.
Alright, so this is one giant loop, so it's fine. Just meet me at the end where the door is.
Oh, it's too late. I'm already following.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Perfect.
There's thing to loot.
Okay, so nothing else here? Okay. Excuse me. Okay, so then we're going to go this way once you are here. Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Whee.
Yeet. Why are people's cars so loud?
I don't know. Is their peepees are little?
Yeah.
The Kentucky Derby. How'd it go? Did they do circles? Did they do all the circles?
Did the horses run really fast?
Okay, so we go this way. Oh, what is this? Careful, careful, go so careful. Oh, that's pointless. We're not even playing co-op PvP shit. Stop giving me that. Did you fall?
No.
Oh, okay.
I almost
Cool.
did though. I rolled.
Okay, so here. Okay, so it's just they said that there's an archway. Oh, so it's there. Let me double check and look at the picture.
Did they take multiple left turns? At least 2.
No, where's the staircase? Let's see a staircase.
A staircase?
Oh yeah, no, there is a staircase there. You just can't see it from this angle. Okay. A
Every single time I
virgin.
kinda go- Oh no. Ow. Okay, so that didn't help it.
Wow, this uses a lot of AP. Oh, come on. I dodged. Make him bleed. Nice.
Got her.
Nice. Excellent job. Okay, so
All I
we
gotta
can
do
go
is-
in there, but we're not going in there yet. So we have to go over... Do you see that archway? Oh, there's a beetle there. Can I make it with this? Let's see. Can I charge it? No.
What?
Okay, we're gonna get some damage, but we can do it. Just make sure you're here.
I
You're
did see that, Wolfie. I saw that they were all of the lineage.
Is that on Poipus? Is that a choice?
It just worked out that way. Because I got them genes. Oh, he disappeared.
He did disappeared. That's
Fucking
unfortunate. Oh my gosh, hello.
My serpentines were secret. Now I share the secret.
Now she won't say. Okay, you gotta do it. She literally won't fucking talk to me.
Secrets. Keep them secret. Keep them safe.
My serpentine.
Is that all
Okay.
she's saying to you?
Yeah.
Okay, we might have to separate again because she's saying the same thing to me. It's not letting me give her the forgetfulness. Okay. Is there... Oh, here's a ladder.
We're looking for Grace.
Yeah, trying to find a closer Grace here. I think there's one over here. Oh. Apparently they explode poison and die.
Oh. I don't know why I didn't believe you, but I was like, no,
Did you
that
just-
won't happen to me.
Surely.
Surely I'm different.
Okay, so... Interesting.
Ooh, a guillotine.
We might have to separate to try this because I don't know where else to go. Oh, does this door open? Does this door open, please? No, it doesn't open from this side. Okay, well, I died anyway.
Ouch, ouch, ouch.
Oh, look at his little bejeweled sword there. That's kind of cute.
I know.
Rain on the track. Okay.
Don't.
All right. We
okay.
may have to separate to do this again.
Okay, okay.
So I will wait for you to be in a good spot.
Okay, I didn't die. For once. Where do you want me to... Does it matter where I go?
I don't know if you want to go back to where she is and wait, because I don't know if it's gonna separate us like it did before. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm going back
Bro's
to...
got a fucking lava whip.
Yeah, some of those are crazy.
Where was that? There was
hold
like... Oh no. Oh no, he's following me.
Yeah, how is roller derby?
Oh, there we go.
Roller or Jabai.
Relair Derbs.
Precisely.
Okay, well, I'm here. Oh. Thank you, Ferret.
Oh no. Don't want none of this heat, please. And now I'm gonna walk so slow. And this thing is definitely gonna be able to hurt me. Okay, that doesn't go far enough.
I found you!
She ate me!
That bitch. Well.
Oh, what the fuck?
Leave me alone. Stay outside.
Oh my gosh.
How did you get me through the wall? I was inside.
Yeah, it's kind of
You
bullshit.
bitch.
All right, I'm gonna sit down, so maybe she'll.
Oh,
chill.
goodbye.
There we go. Yeah. The automation. Oh, the automaton. Yeah.
yeah.
They're called abductor virgins, which I hate. But a lot of people call them Iron Maidens.
Oh, that bitch.
I also call it that bitch. All right, hopefully can you just like not?
Wonder if I
This
can
time.
hit her with my bow. Probably.
Oh, she like hears you coming.
Oh, well, she's all the way over there, and now I can't hit her with my bow.
No damage. No damage at all. Amazing. Love that.
I would like to help. But I'm frightened.
It's fine. It's fine. Well, maybe she'll fall off the edge, or maybe she won't. Ugh. How come she doesn't get burned? I mean, I get that she's like, you know. No. Shit.
Did you fall?
No, I got grabbed and I was in the middle of an attack, so I wasn't able to dodge. You can go to where she is and just disconnect if you want to see if that'll just leave you there. Because either way, if it doesn't, we're gonna have to solo this lady anyway. Patches O'Houlihan would be very upset. Listen,
I
he...
don't want Patches to be upset with me.
Oh, I was gonna say he can be upset. I was like, I don't care how Patches
I don't
feels.
want anyone to be upset
Also
with me.
true. Also true. And hopefully it'll spawn you there. I really hope it does.
I don't think it will. It doesn't usually. It usually spawns me at wherever Last Grace.
Ugh.
Yeah,
Gross. I hate that for you.
that's okay.
Oh my gosh. I'm like not close enough. Okay. Still, I hate you, game. I hate you so much right now, game. There we go. Ugh. Okay, now I have to go through the lava.
Lava.
Is this faster at all? Barely. Okay.
I don't remember how to get.
Up the elevator?
I can't find
Oh,
the
I'm
elevator.
afraid I wasn't on something that can.
If the elevator's up, you have to pull the lever. Yeah, the elevator's up.
Even Lady I know that, but I wish to ask. Kill me. I thought that free me.
Am I dumb?
Yeah, it's right there. Yeah, and then there's a lever on the side of it. Oh, we were just looking at it a second ago. It looks just like a thick pillar to the right of, like, if you're looking at the altar, it's to the right of the grace. Just looks like a big old pillar.
Oh, that's why I'm
drink
dumb.
this, then. Yes, of course.
Okay.
They always were very kind.
If you give her, she'll forget everything that's happened and remain at Volcano Manor. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How delightfully sweet. And yet.
Oh no, so you don't get... Oh yes you will. Return to her original spot. After you defeat Rykard, she'll leave. Okay, perfect. Okay, so the quest is done after you've done that. Do you need me to... Okay, I'm watching you in case you need me to walk you. Okay, so she should be done.
Ow. Don't hurt me.
I jumped right over those guys, honestly.
Yeah, that's probably smart. Not that way. This way. Blech.
NPCs are so funny like that. It's just... Ugh. They get broken in multiplayer and it's just like, really? Really? Like, literally all you have to do is just be able to talk to both of us.
Don't hurt me. She's gonna hurt me. She's gonna hurt me real bad.
She probably gonna hurt you.
I'm fighting. Ouch. Don't do that.
Chill with your little thing.
Okay. This bitch!
Oh no, she kill you? Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh no. I can't believe I survived that just to be eaten by a bacon man.
Fucking bacon man.
What do you call those? I don't know what their real, like, in-game name is, but I just call them, like, lizard snake things. Like, I don't know what their I don't know what their real names are. They're just like, the top of them is like lizardish, but I think everybody here is snakes. The deity, the god of this area is a snake. Like, as you can tell by, like, that right there. Like, they're all supposed to be snakes, I think. But he does look kind of lizardy, doesn't he? Snake, snake. So Snalamander. Snakeamander.
Do not trust myself. To jump up for free.
Why didn't you jump? You just decided to just not jump?
Boomst.
My character.
Oh. I was like, me? No, I jumped. You know what? Fuck this bitch. Have a jellyfish.
A salamake. A salamank. Yeah, but with an E on the end. Alright,
Get
I
her.
don't think I need that shit anyway. Let's go back here. Well, now, because I don't have any runes, because my character just didn't jump and just killed myself.
Don't spin at me, you bitch. You bitch.
Is she back in her... No, she's not here. Is she in the other room?
Okay. Ow.
Where is she? Where is she? Oh no.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Okay. Ow. I'm dead.
Oh no.
I hate this bitch!
I know, I absolutely hate them too.
I don't know how to murder her. Okay. Okay.
She's not
We got
here.
this.
Okay, what? She'll forget everything that's happened and remain at Volcano Manor. Return to original spot in the manor after you defeated her. Okay. So is she not gonna be here until after I've defeated him? Seems weird.
Boop. Boop. Okay, goodbye, little slugs.
Derby team Discord thinking, was this? Oh my gosh. Were they like, what are you doing?
If you cannot,
What are you
then
even
I will
talking
never
about?
Our Lord, mother.
Smearons.
Sweet Zarias.
No.
Okay, where the fuck?
Don't hurt me.
I feel so bad that Gigi is like struggling so bad with this boss. Like I can't even join and like help. It doesn't even work like that.
It's okay.
Look, I knew you'd take this.
You're to burn out.
Special invitation to if you should
Ah, no!
you're still
She's eating me.
Good night, Key.
well. Until we meet again.
Okay, so does she
She's
not?
eating me. This bitch.
Zarias the Scout. Where? Does this open this door now? Why? Where do I go?
Okay. We got this, fam. I believe.
It is this way, this way, this way. Wait, is she up there? No, it says she's below.
Hello.
There's nothing there.
What if I just run away? What if I just run through the lava? She'll never catch me.
She'll never catch me alive. Alright, is she under? I'm so confused. Wait, is this still wait, is that still under the thing? Wait.
Okay. Okay.
Wait.
Okay. Okay. Nothing to see here. She's very slowly crossing the lava towards me, and I don't like it. She's gonna attack me.
Alright, I'm gonna try this one more time. She's supposed to leave after that.
I think I could actually. Okay. One last kind. Kill me, please. No. Ma'am.
So you can choose to do 3 things. You can give her the stuff, you can kill her, or you can like do none of the above and just like walk away. Just be like, nope, sorry. Sorry, that's your life now.
The beverage.
Okay. I also gave her the beverage. Right, is that where she is? Is that where she is?
Okay. I think I'm good now. Can I join you?
Hold on. No.
I like how my solution to the lady was to just run the fuck away.
That's what I'm doing. I'm just rolling because it's just slightly faster. Okay. Heal. Maidenless behavior.
How dare.
Okay. She's still here. She's not saying anything. Okay. Yeah, hold on. Join me in 2 seconds. Pot. Open world. Okay. Your refusal to wear a suit. Listen, you have to adapt. Sometimes you gotta adapt.
Also, you don't want to
A secret now, I said. Please
start hanging out with somebody who only likes you in a suit if you don't like wearing a suit.
Also true. Also true.
I say don't do that.
Don't do that. Definitely don't do that. Alright, so now we can progress further.
Huzzah!
Huzzah! Yay! Look at Gigi. Ooh. Sir, I would prefer you just- I prefer you don't do that. No, stop. I'm trying to drink blue.
Did you not?
It doesn't count. She sounds not fun. I'm kidding. She sounds
Hell yeah, Mandalorian armor.
fine, I guess. What's...
I mean, it counts in certain contexts.
It's no different
It
than
is-
makeup?
It is so much different than makeup.
I agree. Like, what? She has no idea when it comes to clothes. You educate her. You tell her. Okay.
Well,
These guys explode, remember?
mhm.
So I'm gonna fling some rocks at them. Okay. Guess rocks don't even really need to be flung. Ooh,
guess
snake.
that-
Snake.
Yeah, I didn't care for that.
Snake! Oh, it's a snake! No, a snake! Yeah.
Not.
Yeah. Yeah.
There. Yeah.
Yeah. They're called man serpents, apparently. There's
don't
your
like that.
answer, Dave. They are called man serpents. And I just picked up their man serpent ashes.
Ah!
Oh no, where'd you go? You didn't follow me.
No, I got distracted.
Okay, hold on. I'm helping. I'm helping. Nope. Nope. No. Got him. Okay, what's this? Is this a 1 or is this a 2? Oh, this might be a 2. I don't have 2 more. Jeez, really? How many do I have at all?
I got it.
You have 2 more? You do? Look at you.
Apparently, I don't know.
That's crazy. Oh, what's this? Oh,
Christ.
what? This is scary. What is this?
Oh, I don't like
We
that.
still haven't touched a grace yet. I'm a little nervous.
I kind of jumped a little short, but it worked out. It's fine.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh, there's a man.
Hold on, I need blue.
Uh,
It's where it hits me. Oh my.
well,
Well. Rusty could have volunteered. The man serpent, it's true. Okay, well, so we're running back.
that's unfortunate. I don't
It's all
think I
good.
can jump over to that.
It's all good. We're very close to the boss, by the way. Like, we just have to progress through this little area here.
I don't know how to get that stuff. I want to know how to get that stuff. Ooh.
I want to know where stuff is.
Baby!
I want you to show me.
I think that's how. But I also don't want to die, just so I can reset back into where that was. I think you have to jump down there and then into there. And then you go around and then you can get that shit.
Where's this bitch? She's way over there. She running. Oh, she running.
Nope.
Just roll, just roll, just roll. Just roll.
Oh, I don't like it. I don't like it. Bacon Man! Bacon Man! I'm getting chomped.
I
I'm
hate
gonna
it.
die.
Oh, no.
Yep. I was not prepared.
Oh, no.
I was not fast enough.
Rolling goes through lava just a little bit faster.
Yeah, that's how I escaped her. Before.
Mm.
Well, at least I don't have to try to get my...
Well, everyone's still dead, other than her, the Iron Maiden, so... Oh, I guess this guy decided to
Helps that we
participate.
died at different times.
Oh. Please don't do whatever that is.
Please don't. Be considered not. I need to... Gotta get my wounds back. That was 30,000.
Okay. Go back up here. Go back this way. Go back this way. You made it? We made what? What did you make? I hope you made cookies.
Oh, the ladies. Hello. Gotta go fast.
Where do we go from here, though? Just down? There's so many bacon men here.
Those are who killed me. The bacon men.
Oh, I burned them. No, they're biting me.
No, don't get chomped. Did you die?
Yeah.
No.
Don't like that. I don't like it.
I don't like it.
Mikey no wikey.
Okay.
No cookies? Why? Why not?
Probably more important to get my runes than to discover whatever that was. But I'm curious. I missed.
Curiosity, man.
Okay. Well, goodbye, runes. Goodbye, 30,000 runes.
All right, I'll wait for you.
I made a mistake.
We all make mistakes.
That was a pretty big one. I was like, I can make it. Nope. Oh, hello.
Hello.
be leveling up anytime soon.
No, we'll get it back.
No, I lost them.
No, that's what I'm saying. We'll get 30k back.
Ah!
Did you? Oh.
I missed. I tried to jump and I missed. Oh no.
Yeah, things just like start becoming worth so much more money.
That's true. Listen.
Ma'am. As it like sometimes like your character just goes nope and does not do anything that you tell it to do.
Have you ever considered just jumping the wrong way down a lava waterfall? Because obviously my character decided that was a good idea. Ooh, a thing. Oh yeah, that was worth it. That was so fucking worth it. Oh hey, I get my 600 runes back. Don't worry, guys. I almost did it again. I think I'm hitting a point of diminishing returns with today. Just so. Hello, ma'am. She's slightly too far away.
Oh, she rolls on a ball. I'm just realizing this for the first time. She like rolls on a ball bearing.
Are you a ballpoint pen, ma'am?
Apparently she is. Oh, finally, she's dead.
Ding dong,
The witch is dead. I know.
Witch, old witch, the wicked witch. Ding dong, the wicked witch is dead.
No, get up. You silly goose. Witch, old witch, the wicked witch. Okay. This way.
Good news. She's dead. The wicked witch of the west is dead. The wickedest witch there ever was.
I don't even know what's over here. Like, is it even worth it to go back again? Or should we just progress? Because the thing is forward. Oh, I have the hiccups now. Or if your mom's reading comprehension's off. Could be a combination of both. Which I know is not the answer you want, but it could be a combination of both. You prefer to be called Nikki? Lol. Alright, what is even in here? And how... See, there's stuff over there, too.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure the way to get it, so like there's a platform down here.
Uh-huh.
And this is how I died. Off to the right.
Oh, with a door.
There's a door. Yeah.
What?
So I'm pretty sure that goes around.
But how... But you can't get there from the top one, can you? Is it too far?
That's what I tried. We're gonna try. I'm going for it. Might as well.
Oh.
Hello? I didn't die that time.
Okay, so how do I get back to where this is?
The way that I found was via dying.
Well, I don't want to do that.
Oh, there's a baconman.
Kevin Baconman? No.
Hello, sir.
Not a Kevin Baconman.
Oh no, it's not a baconman. It's a lizard. Okay, okay, okay. There's multiple gentlemen here, and I did not request their company. Oh god. Hello, sir. Have you heard the good news?
Alright, that didn't make any of these other guys move at all.
Okay.
That just went
I'm
forward.
frightened.
Great. Oh, perfect. Yeah, go investigate that.
No.
Get wrecked, Kevin Bacon.
Hold on, I need to smash this.
Okay. Is it safe now?
Ever?
There's one man left. Okay. I killed him. Okay, here are my runes. There's probably a man in here. Don't trust it.
Hey, I got the thing. Great. Oh,
What
now
door?
there's something down there. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Okay.
What's this? Oh, is this the other door? No.
Don't break.
Oh no, it's not? What? Interesting.
Am I supposed to jump to the floor?
Oh, is it?
from here? Oh no, I can jump down to this. Okay.
It is. Oh. Are you dead?
Hello again.
No. Okay. You're not dead. Okay, that was very,
But a patch's problem.
very weird.
Who, me?
No, it was Patches was like just like laying.
Patches O'Houlihan?
Patches was just like laying like he was dead.
Hello.
Hello. Cool.
I wasn't even paying attention to what I looted off of those bodies. I was so concerned about not falling to my death.
No, it's all good.
Ooh, Royal Knight's Resolve.
Resolve. Where does this go? Oh, this goes outside? Oh no, there's another lady. I'd rather you didn't. Thank you.
Oh, that's Patches.
Really? Nothing? Oh my gosh. you bitch.
There's a Grace. Wait,
Yeah, that's Volcano Manor.
circle? Oh. I am so confused.
It's okay.
I don't know where you are.
Oh, I'm outside fighting this lady. It's okay. I'm coming back though. I'm coming back though. I'm coming back though. Okay. So what was up? What was up? What was up with you? No. What was up in the on the platform that you managed to get and I didn't?
That's what I was saying. I was like, I was so focused on not falling to my death that I have no
okay.
idea I picked up.
Yeah, it'll be in your most recent tab though, if you have that turned on.
Dagger Talisman.
Okay. No. Oh, Dagger Talisman, no. Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. So it was, rune. It was just a rune arc.
Okay.
And Dagger Talisman.
Okay.
It was
My
exciting
audio's
to find a little
great.
secret.
Thank you. Okay, so now we get to make that run one more time, but we get to actually defeat the boss.
Okay.
Okay. So we go to the Temple of Agley. Wait. Yeah.
Agley.
Agley.
And we're still not resting, right?
You can rest.
I
You can
can't
rest.
level up. I
No.
can't level up. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, but okay, you don't need any of your stuff, like,
No.
okay.
Because when you teleport, you get your shit back.
Yeah. Let's go. Oh, is it not?
Hello?
It's not down for you?
No.
That's so weird. Our elevators aren't synchronized, apparently.
Hello?
Is
And I
it
can't
still
even
not?
pull the lever.
Okay, hold
No.
on. I'll ride it back down.
Oh, I can pull the lever. Hello.
Hello. Very endearing. It's true, though.
lava juice at me, please?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. What she said.
Yeah.
Let's not fall off of this, please.
Don't fall.
Again.
Yeah. I fell there too. Well, actually, I fell right here because she just decided to not jump.
Yeah, that's what I felt. I fell and then went between the little thing and the little fucking waterfall. I was
Yeah,
like,
and she was just
okay.
like, oh no, I can't. Sorry. Okay, so luckily with this one, I think we can potentially avoid her and go in this window.
In a window?
To the window, to the wall.
To the wall. Ow!
Yeah.
That bitch.
Okay. Maybe
She
just
got
go
me on
here.
the back door. Wait, is that a ladder? No, that's just the wall.
That was a little embarrassing for that guy. All right, there's nothing like there's no place to drop down here, right? That I can. Oh, what? What did she get you
bitch?
through?
Yes.
I hate these things sometimes, I swear. So there is, oh, there's a platform here. Okay. And then here. Closer.
I hate it. Okay, I'm gonna run that. I'll help. Oh. There's a baconman.
Baconman, Kevin Baconman. I like Kevin Bacon. The worst.
He's dead. He is now dead, baconman.
Oh, there was a ladder there the whole time.
Oh, there's people. Oh, but there's a thing to collect.
Yeah. Oh, wait, all the way down?
Yeah.
Whoa. Whoa. Did I miss Key? Hi, Bandit. Key is not playing with me tonight, if that's what you mean.
It's
But she was
me,
here in the
Gigi.
chat earlier. Yes, I am playing with a Gigi.
Gigi.
A Gigi.
Gigi.
Ooh, a cookbook.
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 What is the purpose of the cookbooks?
They expand your crafting repertoire.
Ah, yes.
They
all
make
of
it so,
the
yeah,
craft-
they just make it so you can craft more stuff.
I don't think I've crafted nary once in this.
You did. You crafted arrows. What do you mean?
Oh, that's right. You're correct.
Key getting mad at Soul Games
You
is
are
my
in
favorite.
fact-
I think she'll surprise us, if I'm being honest. Elden Ring's just a smidgen more forgiving, especially with co-op.
Which is why I haven't quit yet.
Precisely. I'm glad you haven't quit.
Me too. I'm not.
Good, I'm glad.
Oh, hell yeah. Get fucked. Baconman.
Okay, so this is where we went already, so okay. Go this way now. Oh, they're all back. Okay, so apparently it didn't stay with all the fast traveling we did. Ooh, yeah. Seamless co-op is honestly so worth.
Ow. What? You got poisoned.
I kind of screwed up and I preemptively killed an NPC because I was like, I'm gonna get a spell from him later anyway, it's fine. And I thought I could just kill him and kind of like cut to the chase, and now I don't have my spell, so now I'm not really sure. But I was gonna build an ice magic build, but now I don't have Glintstone Ice Crag because I killed Celovus. Oops. So now I'm just doing magic so I can have some range. So I might do like some night or dark moon sorceries. And I have a cold Uchi-katana, but I'm gonna get, Moonveil. Oh, Turtle Pope. I mean, I killed him. I killed him, so I don't know if Turtle Pope can fix murder. The Wheat Blade. Yeah, I love Moonveil. As cheesy as it is, I do love Moonveil. Especially when you have high intelligence. But no thank you, sir. And Gigi, as you can see, is is doing a bleed build.
Get bleeded on!
She's just spamming blood everywhere. It's the best way to do it, though. Let's be real.
Get bleeded.
Oh, okay. My entire spell just missed. Love that for me. Ooh.
Fucking potato ass? Look at this bitch with this potato fucking noggin.
I know. My first playthrough. The Uchi did. Uchi's such a good one. That's why when I started with her, I was like, we're gonna get this weapon and this is what we're gonna play. All right, ready?
Yeah.
There's gonna be a Grace inside here, so we'll be okay.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm about to
There's gonna be a Grace in here. Oh,
There's gonna be a Grace.
perfect. Grace. All right, so there's a boss in here. And there's gonna be a weapon as soon as we walk in. So hopefully this weapon will work for both of us. Oh, I need 10k more. Okay, we're just gonna risk it for the biscuit. Oh, let me see. I can't save my game. Oh wait, I'm in the wrong thing. Alright, I'm not gonna use this. Let's see if these guys do anything. Okay. Alright. I can't.
I don't like him.
I can't.
You can't what?
I can't go in.
Does it need me to... Oh, he disappeared.
Yeah, because I rested. Okay, now it says traverse the mist. That was weird. Okay, we got the Serpent Hunter. So equip that and hopefully you can use it. I can use it. Yay. And this is going to annihilate this boss.
Where is it? Am I stupid?
Down. It's down. Down, down, down. There. Nope. You just, it's on a line all by itself. And you passed it, I saw. Yep. Sorry. My throat just got super itchy. Alright, two-hand it. Alright, let's go.
Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Ow. Okay. No idea what that did, but that was dope.
Yep. Oh, you are getting eaten? Yep, I can't attack him while you're getting eaten. Oh, weird looking Forg?
For Garg?
Wow, I was too close, apparently. Nice. Frigorg. Sorry, Frigorg.
Consider getting wrecked.
Just just getting too close, and there's a second phase that we're still gonna have to do. Okay.
What are you talking about?
Sorry.
He's almost
Sorry,
done.
spoilers! There's more!
Are you trying to tell me that the god-devouring serpent isn't just truly easy to kill?
This is kind of gross.
That makes no sense to me. Hello, sir. Oh, he's got weird little tentacles on him.
Those are hands, by the way.
I don't like it.
Those are many hands.
Kind of cute. Hello?
His name is Rykard. Together!
I don't like it. Put that away.
Put them grippers
Stop
away.
it.
Put them grippers away.
Don't go in. Don't. Stop it. Why? Okay.
He has too many fingers.
That's unnecessary. Let's not. All right. So this is what we're doing. Okay.
Together. Oh, very goodness.
Bitch needs a fucking lozenge.
It still does pretty gnarly damage, so.
No. Good luck.
Okay, Rykard, chill the fuck out. We'll get annihilated on. His sword, though, his sword's cool, and we will get it once we beat him. Oh, he's eating me. I might not. Oh, I survived? No, I may not survive. I did
Run
not
away.
survive. It's all you, Gigi. You got this.
Oh no. I'm frightened.
I'm doing all right.
Nope.
Oh.
Nope.
I'm not. I'm spectating. I'm spectating, Gigi.
I died. It's hard to tell because we are dressed the same.
I have blonde hair, though, on my character.
I have brown hair. That's how you know the difference. Got cooked. I got so cooked. I tried my best. Hello.
Hello. Hold on. I'm putting some chapstick on. So we've been very chatty. I gotta put my chat stick on.
Your chat stick.
Yeah, my chat stick.
Get traversed, bitch.
That's so weird. If you traverse first, I have to rest. It's so weird.
That's weird.
I know. So, I don't know why. But I have to rest. It's just the weirdest tang.
Okay.
Traversing
I'll make sure
mist.
You go first, then.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm here. Okay.
Well, I meant like in the future.
Oh, in the future.
In the future.
Okay.
Choose
That's for
select.
things I won't think about. Not spit up on me.
Okay, I'm in lava. I'm in. I don't know where I can't find. Ah! Ow! Help! Somehow I ended up in the lava and I could not escape.
Oh my gosh. Frosty getting saucy, like, oh, close, but not really.
Oh, just throw your full ass head at me. Fucking rude. Oh, I'm chomped.
Okay, I can't, yeah. I can't do anything while you're
At
chomped.
least I had full health.
Oh, yeah,
so
you lived.
basically fine.
Bitch, I lived. Okay.
Oh my god.
Whew. Alright, I'm going to skip the cutscene this time.
Fine.
Okay, ready? Okay. Okay, go.
Get fucked.
Again. Oh, I was too early apparently on that one. Okay, heal.
Die?
Heal? No.
Okay. I just heard the sound.
Oh
of
yeah,
death.
no, that was like a, ooh, that was close.
Oh,
no.
I got fucking wrecked.
Okay. I don't know if I'll be able to do this myself, but I will definitely try.
I got one-shotted with the sword.
Yeah, the sword is not a fun time.
Kind of a
What
jerk,
the-
honestly.
Oh, okay. A geyser just happened to appear under my asshole.
Guess who forgot about runes? Me.
Oh no, we'll get a lot of runes for him. Don't worry.
Oh my god. What an idiot! It's fine. I've already lost 30,000 tonight. What's another 11,000 more?
Yeah, no, that's nothing. That's not even worth it. Not even worth it.
This is not even worth it.
All right, I went in first, so you can go through if it'll let you. If you need to rest, then rest. I don't know if it'll make you. Oh no, you came right
it's
in.
fine.
That's so weird.
Super weird.
Super weird.
Barrett, maybe I should make a runes command. That's just like the save one. That's just, bitch, get your
fucking
runes.
Oh, I'm being eaten. I don't know if I'll live. One more slam. Oh, I lived. Okay, amazing.
Leave me alone. Don't look at me. Don't do it.
Oh no.
He got me.
Yeah, he ate the shit out of you there.
He didn't even eat me. He just chomped. Didn't even do me the dignity of eating me.
Oh, I was so hoping I could get that off before he did that, but no. Oh, I lived. Wow.
Wow.
I lived, bitch.
Kill it.
Damn.
Oh.
Damn.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. We will do this. We will do this.
Yeah, we got this. At least it
The
doesn't
falling star
matter.
beast was harder.
Yeah. At least it doesn't matter about the runes anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. Once you don't have to focus on your runes, it's like whatever. I'll just leave my 0 runes on the ground. I don't care.
So stupid.
No, it happens to the best of us. Like I said, I've lost millions. In the amount of times I've played this game and died in this game, I have lost millions of runes. All right, Bish, let's go. Where's his stabby spot?
I have no idea.
Does he not have one?
I don't see one, but that doesn't mean anything.
Is that a thing? Andy?
Your sim died of laughter? What the shit? Oh, excuse me, you're just having too much of a good time.
Okay, listen, you say that, but I'm not joking when I say I've actually had a sim die, woohooing. Like, they literally, like, had, like, a heart attack and died. It, like, mid-woohoo, like, the Grim Reaper, like, came, and, like, the wife was, like, crying in bed and stuff. It was very crazy. I'm dead, by the way.
I know you can die from embarrassment, but I did not know you could die from laughter. Wait, did you die?
Yeah.
Oh no.
You can do it.
Just what God devouring serpent and me. Gigi.
And me.
And baby. Could you I want
Yeah,
to skip.
don't watch together.
I want to skip. It's not letting me skip.
Hit start.
It's not letting me skip.
Oh, really?
I'm pressing all of the buttons.
Oh, no. You are trapped.
I'm trapped.
Together.
I can't. Okay. Well, I guess we're watching this nonsense again. I hate it. No.
He was poisoned, according to this. Unless you're poisoned.
A jellyfish did it. I'm not poisoned.
Mold infection.
Mold infection.
But how does that happen in the game?
Do you get moldy house?
Yeah, like, do you, like, not clean your house?
You can die from a rat bite.
Wow.
Do you get, like, rabies?
Yeah, they've got to have, like, clean houses now. Like, that's got to be some sort of factor.
Okay.
It's literally just still the God-devouring serpent and then you rolling around. That's so funny.
It's just me and my jelly.
But it's like the dead snake is just like there.
Ow. Oh, I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Heal. I'm not making the same mistake as last time.
Oh, you're heavy rolling. You need to take something off. Your equipment's too heavy. It can grow. That's so crazy, Andy. I didn't know that. I don't even remember the last pack I've played, to be completely honest.
Dead.
That's okay. Before we go back in, we need to change your loadout so you're not heavy rolling.
Okay.
For this fight, I would just take everything other than like the Serpent Hunter off. Because that's pretty much what we're going to use. Yeah. You just want to make sure you are med load.
Bonkers. I have so many Sims packs on my wish list because I never fucking play.
Oh, I used to play like The Sims a lot. when I had it on PlayStation, and then when I tried to play it on PlayStation or PC, my packs like wouldn't carry over like with my EA account. It made me like rebuy everything, and I was like, I'm not spending thousands of dollars.
Hold on, I need to put some shoes on. I can't walk around barefoot.
Oh no! I just meant like take all the weapons and stuff off.
Oh.
Like I would take like the bows off too, because those also weigh you down.
Yeah, I literally took everything off. Okay, hold on.
No, you're good. Luckily, this boss doesn't aggro when you walk in.
Okay.
So does your say... Yeah, it says medium load. I see. Perfect. That's all you needed. Just need to not be heavy load. That's just way too slow. You will be...
Murdered?
Yeah. You can't dodge stuff fast enough, and... Yeah.
I need to rest. Hold on.
Okay.
This time it didn't like me.
Don't know why. It's so weird.
For rent is what it's called, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think it is for rent, now that you say that. Just okay.
Wait, did you get aided?
I got aided, but he like one-tapped my skeletons.
Oh. Okay. I just got fucking wrecked.
Okay, love that. I got eaten again. I don't know why suddenly I am like just terrible at dodging that.
We're apparently both just garbage at the moment. It's fine.
I can dodge that normally, no problem. But for whatever reason today, I'm just no. Okay. Okay.
It's fine.
Yeah, Andy, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you have an EA account, like, why do you have to make me buy it on multiple platforms? Like, that is greedy. That's greedy.
Capitalism.
That's greedy. But
it's
like,
super greedy.
But here's the thing, EA. Okay, is that now because I'm pissed off, I won't buy any more packs. So now there's no more money coming from me because I won't buy any more packs because I'm pissed off. If you had just transferred all my shit, I would keep buying more packs.
Yeah. I had to.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. That's why I'm waiting. It's dumb. They are dumb, and they are stupid, and greedy, and I don't like them.
I don't like
them.
They're stupid.
Okay, I somehow managed to dodge that one. That's been the only one so far. Don't do it. Don't you do it.
Wait, now you're coming for me. No. That, I cannot dodge that. Whatever that is, I cannot dodge it.
I can't dodge his grab right now, apparently. I just don't fucking know. Oh my gosh, and now I'm just stuck on a pile of bodies. Love that for me.
I think that's what I died on. I think it got stuck. I was trying to go away from the thing and I got stuck on the thing.
Go away from the thing and I got stuck on the other thing.
Stop. So stuck.
No poison bees. Oh, fuck. Oh, thank God I survived that because I had already hit the button.
Yeah. Well, you're full health, so you should be fine.
I know, but like, why?
I know.
Why can I suddenly not dodge this for shit? And I only have 3 heals left for the next phase. Okay, Rykard, you bitch.
I can't even see it.
I know, it did the same thing for me.
Oh, that's what you meant. You were like, it's just the...
It's just the dead snake.
Oh God.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I was already swinging. Damn. Damn. Okay, Alexa, stop.
I believe...
What the? See, that's what I don't get, is like, where's all this other shit coming from? I can't see, I'm too close. Ugh. I am stuck on something. The edge of the arena, apparently. Okay. Okay, get out of the lava, you dumbass. Can't see anything. Oh my God, get out of lava. I can't get out of lava because it's everywhere.
It's all lava. I can't even tell
Come
how
on, dude. I don't have any heals left. I got nothing left. What is all, what are all these skulls? Like, where are they coming from?
I think they're coming from the sword.
There's like 25.
Hey, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, friends.
Yay, raid.
Yeah, give me
do
just
your
a
weight
sec.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks pretty unsurvivable. Well, it's just like the 27 rapid fire skulls. Like, what is that? I think while Gigi does her raid stuff... Oh, no, I was gonna go fill up my water bottle, but I've got a little bit left of my drink. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. I'm so glad that this boss does not aggro when you like first walk in. Like you have to literally like walk in pretty far. Oh my gosh. Guys, I didn't realize. hopefully Gigi can't hear me. I hit my camera off button, which is the same button but a different screen than my mute button for Discord. So I've just been like sitting here like Same location for the button, but a different page or whatever it's called on my stream deck. I didn't mean to. I meant to mute myself so I wasn't interrupting Gigi. And then I look up at OBS and I was like, oh shit. And then I looked down at my stream deck and I was like, oh shit. It was an accident. I really, really, really want to get the XL so I don't need to change pages so much. You know what? Thank you for saying that. And I will tell you why. Because I bought something at Kohl's. I'm not going to go into details because I'm sure you guys don't know fancy hair care, but I bought K18 at Kohl's, which sounds like a drug. It's not. It's hair care. And the thing, I swear the thing said $35, unless I just grabbed the wrong actual package and like it was in the wrong spot. Anyway, it ended up being $60, not $35. But it's actually like I'm actually happy that my hair is not super frizzy. My waves are not quite as wavy as they could be, but they're not bad. K18 is stupid expensive. I thought it was 35, but it was 60. But anyway. I'm excited. Yeah, so donations are open to the DoorDash fund so I can eat this week. I have to make a new raid trailer soon. It's time. It's been a very, very long time. But I'm biased. Heart eye emoji. What happened? I just told you I bought expensive hair care. Bought expensive hair care. I mean, and I bought other things as well on top of that. It was a little bit of a splurgy 2 weeks this pay period, I guess. Little splurgy. I was obviously kidding. I'm a big girl. I'm a big girl who has chickens. I can literally eat eggs for a week. I'll survive. I'll survive. I will survive. What am I gonna play after Red Dead? Obviously Red Dead 2, but then like what after that? Should I do Subby 2 and just finish that and get it out of the way? I told you guys I wanted to replay the Arkham games soon. I don't know why I want to. I just really want to. If I eat all the eggs, we get like at least 4 a day, if not more. Bunnies are good. I don't know if I told you guys that we tried. Well, we didn't necessarily try. So the boy bunny chewed a hole through the netting in his cage.
Hello?
So, hello.
Hello.
Hello. I'm just telling a story about my bunnies. So the boy bunny chewed a hole in the bottom of the mesh of his cage. So we had to temporarily put him into the cage with the female. And you know how rabbits are, obviously. So she got pregnant again. And I don't know if you know, but she got pregnant when we very, very first got them. Because first of all, when we first got them, we were told that they were 2 females. And then they were not 2 females. They were a female and a male. Sure. And so she was pregnant. But it was winter time, and they died because it was like sub-zero temperatures, and it was freezing cold, so they died in the cold. She dragged them out of the nest, which is nice and warm, and she dragged them out, and they froze to death. So,
good.
Yeah, she's not a good mother. So, the boy chewed a hole. We had to put him in there. She gets pregnant again, and we're like, all right. Maybe because it's warmer, because it's like at this point it was like end of March, beginning of April, we're like maybe like she'll be fine. Like even if she like takes them out for whatever fucking reason, Like, they won't freeze to death because it's not freezing cold outside. And sure enough, she drags them out and like attacks them and stuff. So she clearly just does not want babies. She will not take care of them. She can't have babies.
We've all been there.
Yeah, not Mother of the Year material. Yeah, she's like, no, I want to be single. She might not like your male. I mean, that's true. I thought they were sisters, so it is a inbreeding there. I just got eaten.
Trans rabbits confusing people. You can always tell. Ooh. Dang it, I got poisoned because I didn't realize I was in poison, and then I hit the button. And
Oh no, poison.
Poison.
Poison. Can you spay rabbits?
Respect your force.
I would imagine. True though.
Oh, boy.
We do respect it though. We like secured both cages, so hopefully nobody is breaking through and chewing their cages and their netting again.
This God devouring serpent has a hard time managing his own.
Okay. Whoo. Okay.
We made
Next
it.
phase.
Let's see if I can skip the cutscene this time.
Should be able to, because I should be able to do it. Yeah. Okay. Let's go.
Phase 1, baby.
Nice.
Man, oh man, he's got a face on his neck.
He's got a face on his neck, and he's got many arms and legs. Oh my! He turned around mid-swing and got you.
I know. He was facing the other way and then decided that turns out I'm the one that's getting wrecked. Turns out. At least I can see you this time.
Maybe because you lived through the phase transition?
Maybe. He was like,
Just to
"Fuck
immediately die. Can you back up for a second, sir? I'm against the wall. Come on. That's not very nice.
That's what I get for getting poisoned.
It's all
I probably
good.
would have been fine if I had not been poisoned. Actually, that's not true. Because every other time he stabbed me with the sword, I just died immediately.
I would like to get out of lava if that's like an option, sir. Alright, I gotta get out. I gotta get out of lava. Let me out. 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 Okay. Where are these skulls coming from? No! 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 Too many skulls! Too many skulls!
Too many skulls!
What the hell? They're like coming from the sky.
Sky skull. You should really only have one skull. You should, but alas,
What's wrong with the skull on his head?
He's got a neck skull and a head skull and too many
The skull in the
skulls.
snake as well, and then the skull in his neck, and then the skulls in the air, the skulls on all these dead bodies. There's
Skulls in the
entirely
sky.
too many skulls involved in this boss fight.
Several legs that. Ay.
Nice.
How, how, how.
Alright,
Excuse me, sir.
charging, and got it.
You
Okay.
like to get wrecked.
No, no. Why? No. Why? There's too many dead bodies on this field that I just can't. I just can't. I can't do it. Get out of the poison. Get out of the poisson.
What?
The poisson.
Le poisson. Le poisson Steve. Le poisson. There's like a bulge in his neck where his head is going to emerge.
Oh no.
I don't like
Where
it.
did you think it came from?
I don't know, from the depths. Ooh, I managed to avoid his bullshit that time. Sorry, I have a really big spike for you on the neck. He's got weird arms. I don't like
His arms have too many
The snake
fingies.
doesn't have arms. Snakes don't have arms.
Well, he's a god-devouring serpent. You know?
Yeah, a serpent is a snake.
You should probably, like, put a little
arms.
respect.
Absolutely fucking not. You can get my respect when he earns it.
Wait. He had a little bit of health left. What? Okay. Okay.
Hello, sir.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Did you wait to do your archers and
I did. I just wanted to see if it does anything different.
Don't look at me. Hiya.
Don't do slams. Don't do slams. No, that's too much lava. No!
Is it dead?
Yes.
Oh,
You can
no.
do it. You can do it. You can do
no.
it.
Oh no. No, I'm in the middle of an animation. Oh, you fuck.
Oh.
No. No. No.
Back up.
Okay. Don't. Have you considered
Okay, there's all the
not-
skulls, so just be careful.
Ah! I got scolded.
I know,
scolded.
like, I don't know what to do for the skulls. Like, once you get here, like, what the fuck do you do? The only thing I can think of, if you want to try, is we can, since there's a grace right here, we can go back to round table. We can spend some of our runes and some of our somber stones and try to level this up, like, maybe a level or two.
Level up the
Serpent Hunter? Mm-hmm.
Let's give it one more try,
Okay.
and then if we don't do better,
Better.
okay. Okay, let's fucking go, baby.
We can do it. Listen, the Falling Star Beast earlier is harder than this boss. It's just, the
That's true.
arena just gets so overwhelming.
Yeah, that guy earlier was the worst.
Yeah, it was pretty annoying.
Oh, I lost my runes in that fight too.
Yeah, we'll get a lot in this one though, it's okay. Like, we're gonna start getting, like, more than you're gonna start losing in these boss fights.
Ka-chow.
Okay.
I think I'm too far away.
Yeah, the left trigger one, I think, goes the furthest. Nice. I don't know where the critical is on that thing, so...
Why am I in lava right now? Why am I in lava right now? No, not that one. That's what kills me every time. Okay, I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Okay. Don't. I got chomped.
Okay. I think you'll survive it, though.
Yeah. I had full health, so it's fine. But it's annoying as fuck.
Okay.
You already chokey. Let's fucking go.
Ready?
Skipperoonie.
Okay. Dropping my archers. I don't know if they help. I just feel like maybe keeping his attention.
Oh, sure. You're gonna spit your skulls at me?
It's not too far. He is so focused on you. I have no idea why.
To not do so thank you. Oh. He's like, you don't know how to dodge my shit. I'm just gonna keep focused on you.
Why is he so hard focused on you?
I don't know.
Like, I can't even get to him fast enough because he's so, like, chasing after you.
Oh. Did you not? Did you not send your stupid skulls after me? Why? Why do you hate me? Jeepers creepers.
Bro, why are you so angry?
Why does he hate me so much? Ah! I got chomped.
I really don't know what's going on. But he is not like...
Okay, well, you know what? I did okay for being, like, hard focused on.
Oh, there's no fucking way.
That was some bullshit. That was some bullshit. Okay.
There is no
You almost
fucking
had him.
way
You almost
that he
had
just
him.
two-tapped me like that.
That was some bullshit.
Especially because he was hard focusing. I was running out of stamina. I had to, like, wait in between attacks to get my stamina back. That's like, he was not paying attention to me at all.
At all. No, he was so focused on me. That was ridiculous.
I have no clue what happened there, but he was just like, I don't give a shit about her. I want this one.
I want to murder Gigi.
I want this one.
This one is the one that will die.
This one.
That was so close, though.
That was wild.
Oh. Skeleland!
Damn.
Good thing the surfer knows what he wants. Yeah, he wants to murder me!
Wasn't as flawless of a plan this time, though.
Just get eaten again? No.
Nice.
Get wrecked. Sir, no, please don't spit your poison bullshit at me.
Oh, get out of the poison.
No!
I couldn't get out of the poison fast enough.
Oh. Good, good, good. Take as long as you want to get that fucking attack off. The Reapers. Could you attack him, please? I'm hitting the button.
Are you gonna get stuck in the cutscene again?
I don't know, we'll find out. Hopefully not. Yep.
Oh no.
Yep. I'm stuck in the cutscene.
Oh no.
We're gonna watch the whole fucking cutscene again.
Alright, so I guess if if I die in the first phase, you have to die in the first phase. You're gonna get stuck.
Okay.
You just have to watch this nasty thing over and over again.
Forever.
That's so crazy that you can't skip it as player 2, and I can't skip it for you.
Oh. Never mind. I thought I did, but it just was a cut in the scene.
Oh.
Oh.
The funny thing is you're just walking in place mid-drink.
Glub, glub, glub.
And the snake is just like chilling.
Together. Blah.
Unfortunate.
It's so juicy.
It's disgusting.
Family.
We will devour the very gods.
My gods.
The very gods. Alright, I can't see. You're just a dead snake.
Don't hurt me. I'm baby. No. No. I said don't hurt me. I said don't. What part of don't hurt me do you not understand? Oh.
Oh, Jelly.
What? You know what? He took an attack for me. Hello, sir. This is familiar. Hiya. Nope, I'm too far away. I'm scared of him, though.
I know.
I don't want to be close. Hiya. That's still too far. Yeah, come at me, bitch. Okay, he came at
Oh,
me.
I might change my talismans for this. See if I can do like a charge attack one or something. I've done so much damage. Nope, I'm dead. The timing. The timing. I've done so much damage. Die.
Well, I mean, I was being sarcastic about the amount of damage I've done. Which is
I want
nuts.
to see what my talismans are. All
He
right.
certainly does.
Is there a charge? Guard counters. Stamina recovery speed.
Where are the talismans? Oh, that's these. I haven't even looked.
Poisoning or rot in vicinity increases attack power. That might actually be something. Okay.
Boost fire damage negation might be good.
True. No step on snake. True.
No steppy sneaky.
True, 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 true. No step on snake.
Yeah. I think I'll do that poison rot one. That might be good.
Yeah. I was hoping we had one that, like, increases charge attack, but I don't see it. We might not have it yet.
Oh, you go first.
Okay.
Whee.
Okay, I'm going. I'm going. I'm going now.
Oh, no.
No? Okay, I will wait.
No.
Why does it work sometimes and not all the time?
No. This is like the only one that's been a little...
Every time I complain, I always tell myself that, like, it's a mod that made, like, one dude made so I can play Elden Ring with my friends. Like, stop getting mad.
It's fine. We're having fun.
Exactly.
You may now challenge the boss. You
I
insist.
challenge you to a duel.
A duel of wits.
Oh, bitch. That was very nice.
Ouch. Correct. Correct.
And of course, now that I put that talisman on of the poisoning and the rot, he's not gonna do poison. Oh wait, he's poisoned though, so that might actually work. But at least for this phase. Okay, there's some poison. There we go.
Ouchie, 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 get out of the poison, get out of the poison. Oh, ha 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 ha.
Okay. Okay.
The fuppa?
Skipping.
I'm a little bit poisoned, but that's okay.
Skipping. No, poison is good because we want our talismans to work.
Ow, ow, ow. Goodbye, our teachers.
Yeah.
They
Immediately.
did their best. Come at me. Come on, buddy. Get fucked. Uh-oh. I'm in the middle of an attack! Oh, I just got geysered. Giant geysered.
Giant geyser, oh no.
Oh, I
Not
don't
the
even see
giant variety.
them. Okay, 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 okay.
The skulls are just like
All
insulting.
fucking souls were at me.
I'm
Shit.
sorry?
Excuse you? Pardon you, sir?
I'm sorry?
That was unnecessary to just add into the skull arsenal that he already had.
I'm sorry? What?
Pardon me? Excusez-moi?
What?
Why he do this? Okay. Cool, cool, cool. A new attack has been unlocked. Great.
Okay, so do you want to try to go to round table?
Do you?
I think maybe one level might help. Like, I don't want to go crazy, but I think just a little tiny bit might help.
Sure, sure.
All right, Hugh, let's...
You're wearing a different outfit.
Yeah, I just needed a little bit more defense, but it didn't really help me, so it didn't really matter.
Okay, Andy.
Good night, Andy. Good eepies.
Oh, I don't have any money. Right.
Okay.
I lost all of them. Hold on.
Wait. Ooh, this makes me heavy. I can't wear it.
Gnarp.
What? Interesting. Okay. Go. Can I put the other armor back? Yes, perfect. Okay, ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it is Audience pathway, I think? Yes, okay, I was correct.
Amazing.
I never remember what this one's called. It's just, I'm like, this is just a stupid name. It doesn't even make sense.
So stupid.
Doesn't even make sense. Okay. Did I let you go? Or do you have to rest?
No, I gotta rest.
Maybe rest as soon as we respawn and see if both of us resting does it?
Maybe. We'll find out.
We will find out today.
Oh. Get that poison. Oh. Don't. Get wrecked.
Nice.
Why you got so much lava in you?
Also that, yeah.
Like, that's a lot of lava. You need to, like, focus on one thing.
Okay, chill with the poisson though. Okay, perf.
But
Perf.
that wasn't that bad.
Yep. And I'm still
Level
poisoned, I
one?
think, to go into the next round. Okay, ready? Skipping? Okay. Okay. Don't spit skulls. It's rude.
All of the skulls. Focus on you. Focus on you. Oh. Well, he was focused on you. Now he's focused on you.
Yeah, he's not staying focused again like that one time. It was so convenient. I can't believe how close we got just to fail.
It was so close.
Oh, apparently that I couldn't do. Not that thing. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, nope, nope.
The lava shack is the lava shack where we can lava shack. Oh no! 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 I need to drink a potion. Don't look at me. Get wrecked.
Nice. Nice. Very nice. Okay. This is the run.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. Oh no! I'm in lava. I'm in lava. I'm dead.
Okay.
But that's okay.
I spoke too
got
soon.
it.
I was like, did I speak too soon?
That's it. That's it. I got stuck in lava at the last second, but it's we did it.
Listen, that counts for you too. You were so close. We were right there. That counts for you too. That's a win for you too.
Thank you.
That's a win for you too.
This needs a lozenge.
Right, I literally just need 5k for one more level.
Good. That was crazy. I was right there too.
I
and then
know. It was you. Were, that was like that
stuck
counts
in
for
the
you because
lava.
you were right there. That's one of the things that I hate when you get into some sort of status effect where you're just like and you're like, no, move, move out of the way, and they're just like getting like staggered over and over again.
Look at all them runes. Would be a shame if something happened to them.
Would be a shame.
Like me.
Like you jump off of something and die. Okay, nice. See, I told you we were gonna get a ton of runes, that it would make it worth it.
I still can't level up. I only got 13,000. It's okay.
No way.
No, it was 130,000.
Yeah.
I don't know how.
Yeah.
I don't know how numbers
I
work.
was gonna be like, there's no fucking way.
I just work for a bank. It's fine. I don't know how numbers work.
Trust me with your money.
Okay.
Oh yeah, so we can take all of our stuff off now too.
And Dextier. And Mindier and
Dexier and Mindier, exactly.
yeah.
Just the way I like it.
Beautiful. Gorgeous. Oh yeah, let me put all my shit back. This is not my sword. That one. And you, that, and you. Oh, I never unequipped my crossbow. This is not my beautiful sword. These are not my beautiful pants. Okay. I think I got all my good shit. No.
Okay, now we go back to Volcano Manor.
Volcano Manor.
Volcano Manor.
Volcano
Manor. Burger. Exactly.
Oh no.
Where is Raya? It says she's here. Oh, there she is. Yay, hi.
Mine's a secret now, I said. Please
No, my God, she's saying the same shit. We're gonna fucking separate again to get the end of her quest.
No.
That's so annoying that we can't get the end of the quest because she is one of the only ones that breaks. I've noticed. Her quest breaks and Roderica's quest breaks, but everyone else's seems to be fine, which is just so weird to me. All right, let's rest.
Okay, at least it's right next to a Grace.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna try to fight somebody this time.
Okay.
I Seppi ready.
Okay, resting.
Leave.
Okay. All right. Snake girl.
Oh shit, I'm here. Okay, I need to go. I need to go to the right place.
Right now she's not here at all.
I did it. I did do it.
It's true. No.
Where is she supposed to be?
She's in the side room.
I will miss the champion. I always. Perhaps we.
The side room?
Yeah, she's supposed to be in the second room on the right. But she's not. Does it say on your map that she's here? No, mine says mine says that she's over under the bridge again.
Huh?
Yep, see, look, she's under the bridge again, you see?
No. Oh, here?
Yeah. Go
Maybe-
down, yeah. Alright, so
Maybe
now
do
she's
Grace with the
gone.
Grace?
I just did. But she's supposed to leave behind her thing anyway. Like, she's supposed to leave behind the item that she gives when you finish her quest.
What's the item?
It is called Decatur's Woe.
do not know.
I don't see it here. See, I'm confused why the map says she's there. All right, so let me rest again, and then you can rejoin. And I guess the end of her quest just breaks if you're in co-op. Bummer.
Sorry about the bot that was banned in my chat, but not in yours, probably.
Oh, we're good. I don't even see it, so.
Okay, great. Am I rejoining?
You're good.
Hiya.
All right, I want to make sure I read this right, but it says... Okay, after you've defeated Rykard and everyone leaves, you can speak to her again, and upon returning, she'll be gone, leaving Decatur's well in her place. Alright, well, maybe she'll spawn in for you. Because you see, like, now everyone's here. Okay. Let me sit. So if you talk to her, does it do anything?
She's not in here.
She's right here.
Mine were secret now, I said. Please
Nope.
keep them.
Rest at the Grace? Oh, yeah, you didn't rest when you spawned in.
Oh, okay. I was like, there's no one here.
If you hit cannot.
See, all my people just say the same shit.
You know, she's not in here.
She's standing right here for me. All right, is she in this one? No?
No, there's
But
nobody.
he is here.
We refused.
Nope.
Oh,
There's a
I know,
sword
we
here.
refused.
What is happening? Okay, so there's nobody here for you. There's
Nobody
nobody
at
like
all.
in any of these chairs for you.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Her quest line breaks when you're in co-op, it looks like. That's unfortunate.
Bummer, dude.
All right. Well, we're technically done here. It's 12:45 for me, so I don't know how. So what? 12:45 for you?
11.
11:15. So do you want to keep going? What would you like to do?
I think
This is a good stopping point, so I won't be offended.
I think this would be a good place to stop.
Perfect.
for me.
Okay. That's why I asked. We finished a whole area of the map, so that's good. All right.
A
And
hole.
I always like to end at round table just because I find it just a good place to
Relaxing.
join back to. Yeah.
You don't
Eepy
have to worry about
time? No eeping. You can all eep when you're dead.
It's dinner time for me.
I know for you. It's Edie time for you.
Yeah. 11 p.m. The perfect time for
The perfect time for dinner. Exactly. Well, thanks for playing. As always, we did great. You did great. Your
did that.
dodging was immaculate with that
I was dodging and
tree spirit.
Yeah.
You did great. You did
a late
wonderful.
fucking dinner.
So proud.
I can't eat dinner before stream because that's too early. If I start stream, so I start stream at this stream would start at 5 my time. If I ate dinner before stream, then I would be an 87-year-old woman. Same with my other streams that start at 7 because I'm not eating stream at 6 p.m. What the fuck?
What
No.
the fuck? What the fuck?
So I just eat after, and then I go to bed at like 1:30, and then I wake up for work at 5:30. It works out
It's
fine.
beautiful. What a healthy relationship with sleep.
Correct. Sleep time is just a trial version of death with ads, and I don't like ads. So in order to
Yeah.
avoid ads, you just don't sleep. It's fine.
It's brilliant.
It's safe and healthy and totally good.
I don't really have any friends on right now. If you do, unless you're good to just call it here, which I have been doing a lot lately because I can't be bothered.
I have been too, but let's do the thing that I want to do. Let me see if anybody's online. Just in case. You never know.
You never know.
You never know. Pixel's online.
Oh,
Over
yeah?
there. Go check
She's
out
kind of
that-
weird, though. I don't know.
That's true. I've got somebody who's playing Red Dead. Oh, but she's finishing the game. I don't know if
Oh, no. Then I don't want to.
Let's not do that. Let's not do that.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I'm
let's
probably good to just call it, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
All right, chat. Thanks for being here.
Yeah. Thanks both chats.
Yeah.
Guys. Sticking with the shenanigans.
Yeah. All right. It's probably yeehaw time tomorrow. So.
And I'll be doing some Last of Us Part 2 on Monday.
Oh my gosh, that's on my list after I finish Red Dead.
We finished Part 1 yesterday. So.
Nice, nice. All right, guys. See you later. Bye.
Bye. Love you all. Okay, good
Bye.
night.
Bye.
Mwah.